morning, afternoon. Oh, it's 1 o'clock already. I don't. I gotta get some work done, right? I haven't been working on Blazor in a few days. I haven't actually been doing much of anything related to this the last few days. It's been busy trying to get just so many other things accomplished this summer. Trying to work on other things to try to get work. A lot of job applications, and yeah, it's a little bit of a stressful time, I will say that. But hey, let's get to it. Let's get some stuff done. Let's see what I can accomplish. So, okay, so the current apps I'm working on, I got my AMG Authorize, which is the API that I created. I have not plugged it into Blazor yet. Now, you will note that I actually worked on the React version of this, the React version of my main application, and I got it all plugged in. It's mostly working. I got it so that it's applying the tests. It's running and loading up the API and holds and saves the cookie, and I'm able to read the cookie and check for that everything's authorized at the moment. So when I run my auth API, we've got this. Now I'm hoping to do some editing soon on all the stuff I've done and compressing it down into a single. This is how to do .NET API with an external app, with a secondary app, because a lot of the tools, a lot of the online tutorials will show you how to create this auth API. Well, let's just say a little bit more, because they use the template API, and it does a lot of the stuff that's already there. And then it tells you how to authorize it against this weather forecast. So you see this weather forecast here. They'll show you how to set the authorize on it, and so your API works with it. Problem is, that's part of the same application. I mean, it's just, you just go into here, go to solution, and down here you have the auth API, there's the weather stuff. That doesn't help. I mean, it's great. Okay, so we know how to plug that in, but what it doesn't show you how to do is, and I didn't find anything that will show you, okay, well, how do I make this API work if another application from not inside here is trying to call this, from a different server, from a different, address, even localhost, it's trying to call this thing. And so I had to figure that out on my own, doing it with React. Now I got to do it again with Blazor. So primarily it came down to, a lot of the key elements was like, plugging in, getting cores applied. You had to get cores functioning in there. Also, I needed to do a validation, which those things did not have. If you wanted to validate the token when it comes in, or you're sending in and say, hey, is this a valid token? You could send in this request to verify that it's. Now there's two different things you can do. You can verify the token and you can validate the token. The token validation is basically the server saying, hey, yeah, we're good with this server, or with this token. Now, you don't necessarily have to send it back to the server to validate the token, right? You can do a verify on your side, because there's a key involved, and it can decrypt the key. And that's what you're doing. That's what I did with the React. I have it decrypting the key, and I don't have calling this validate token yet. But if I'm going to do anything with the token, I'll probably want to validate it, right? So I want to do more than just decrypt it. I want to see if the token itself is okay. I don't know if my thinking on that is correct. I feel like it's the right way to do it. So let's go back over here to the models. I'm going to show you the controllers. And is this it? Yeah, validate token is right here. So it's a bearer token. It's checking to see if it's invalid or not. Auth header, request header authorization to string, token validation parameters. See, I think it has to check against a number of different things that are supposed to be in that. Theoretically, I should be able to do that with my verification, but I just don't want to do all that stuff. I want to try to keep as little auth stuff in my applications as possible. So if we're doing something like validating or verifying or doing any of that stuff, I do need to decrypt it for me to read the values within it. But if I want to see if it's a good token, I typically think I want to pass it to the auth API because I don't want my applications to do that stuff. I want them simply to decrypt it for the purposes of reading the values that are being sent back with it. And that's it. You know, if we want to know if it's valid, we'll just ask the auth. You know, I'm not gonna validate it. But I don't know. But so we got the validation parameters that it's expecting. You know, we're checking the audience, the issuer, checking the lifetime. It's going to check to see if it's valid based on its, you know, whether or not it's currently expired. It's checking for all that stuff, and that's what I want to have my code do. So, or you know, have my code get back. All right, so now the application I'm working with is this Ultimate Neighborhood Ladder, which, by the way, is broken. Because I was trying to get some API crap going. I tried to get the API stuff input. Up. I don't know. I feel like my word is wrong, but I tried to get this API stuff assembled, whatever, into the code, and something along the way blew up, and so now I've got a bug. So you're going to see that when I run this, it will break here, which is fine. It breaks break point here, and then it's going to blow up when I try to let it run. So I'm going to try not to let it run. Try to see if I can track down where it's erring. So I'm going to step through, find the explosion point, and see if we can capture that and undo or fix or whatever. I don't think it's going to break on any of these lines. I think all of these are fine. It's when it finally tries to go through and do some, I don't think any of these are going to be a problem, because see, we're already builder, and then we're going to build. We're fine. And then we're going to run some app stuff. We're out of there. Yeah, okay, so we're going to app.run. And it blows up. Okay, so there is something amiss here. Now the question is what? Let's see. The client ID option must be provided. Where is the client ID? Where is client ID at? Client ID, oh, here we go. See, this is the Facebook auth. I want to put Facebook authentication, but I don't want it here. I want to put it in my API. So basically, I'm going to set this stuff up on my API at a point. So I'm going to take the Facebook auth stuff off. I'm going to comment it out, and then eventually I'm going to have it on, but I want my API. So basically, I'll still have the UI that says, you know, here's the button or whatever, but my button is going to, jeez, it's going to take you're going to still put in your username and password, but then this is going to send it back to the auth API, and the auth API is going to do all of that crap, and it's going to send back whatever it needs. The whole idea is that we can get this thing running, and my auth API is going to manage whether or not those tokens you're getting and passing around are valid, which hopefully will allow us to run this without any problems on both sites. I will eventually put the Facebook APIs on both applications, and they can both go, hey, log in with Facebook. But we're not there yet. So let's see, I'm going to take away, make sure I don't have any other Facebook stuff going on here. Add authentications. That's actually, I don't need any of this, to be honest. It's all going to have to go through the API. So I'm still trying to figure out how that's going to work. I haven't figured that out yet. But we're gonna give it a go at some point here. HTTP. See, I think this HTTP client is part of my getting it. Authorization, fallback policy, add controller with views, add authentication controller with views. I don't say add controller with views twice. Why do I have that? Microsoft Identity UI. Yeah, these are the same. Why do I need? Certainly don't need that twice. Add authentication. Add authorization builder. I really just want to get rid of all the stuff. I want to start over, but I'm afraid if I delete too much, I'll break my other stuff. So I'm not sure how to add authentication, build, connect, authentication, Azure AD, add Microsoft Identity web app. All right, so I'm not sure what this is going to do in its current state. But let's do a refresh. A restart. See if I can get back to my regular page. I took out the Facebook stuff, so we should be able to get back to, well, I think I took out the Facebook stuff. I took out everything I think is related to Facebook. Nope. What do we got a problem now? Wait, where's client ID? Where's client ID now? Okay, that's commented out. Why is there a client ID problem here? Add authentication. Is there still a Facebook reference? Controls with views. Microsoft Identity. Add authentication fallback policy. Where is client ID if it's complaining about that? Why does it even end development found? Add DB contacts, identity core. Do I need DB context even? Because right now I don't even have a reference to the database. I don't even think I have a database in here. This is back from when I mean, it doesn't fix my DB. What is a client ID thing that it's referring to though? Add transient configure build is development, debugging endpoint, error, HTTP. I'm going to take this API out. Don't need that. Whatever that was supposed to be, I am not using it. Still don't know. Oh, here's something client. Add additional assemblies. UNL web dot client dot imports assembly. App Blazor components. Now I don't want to break that. Okay, is develop. Why is it asking me for client ID? That's not a thing anymore. All right, we're gonna stop this. Try to run it again. I don't know. Client ID is not even available as a piece of code anymore. There's no reference to it. Why is it saying I need it? Oh, now we're blowing up for other reasons. Some services are not able to construct an error while validating the service descriptor service type. Alright, so I have something here I've disabled that I should not have. Well, I didn't completely disable. Add Razor components, interactive server, WebAssembly, add Razor pages, server-side Blazor, cascading authentication, scoped, user access, redirect, authentication provider, add authentication. I'm going to disable open ID connect defaults. I don't think I need this one. Add Microsoft identity. I'm going to get rid of that one too. Controllers with fuse, add authentication bearer token. I'm going to take this guy out. I'm just taking out a lot of this authentication stuff right now. I'm taking out both of these. I have a feeling I may be totally breaking stuff, but add authorization. Nope, going to take that out. We're basically getting rid of everything that has to do with authentication and authorization right now. Add authorization builder. We'll get rid of that. Wait, did I have two connection strings? Oh no. And I don't know, accessor, redirect manager, state provider. I don't know what that is. Operation exception, get connection string, add database. Oh, that's probably the one I need to get rid of. Exception filter. Add identity core, application, sign in, required confirmation, and any framework services, sign in manager, default token provider. Yep, we'll get rid of all that. Add transient email sender. Build.services, configure, auth messenger, send messages. We'll get rid of. Let's get rid of both those two. Like, this is for email confirmation, for when you want to confirm, you want your user to confirm their email. So we are definitely, I probably don't even need this connection string because that's for the database, which by the way I'm not connecting directly to anymore. I'm going to have a UI for that, by the way. I'm not going to actually have my services or my web pages connecting to the database. I'm going to create a UI that they will connect to the API. I mean, connect to the API and get whatever data they need. There won't be a connection string to a database directly from my web pages. And that's the plan anyway. And I guess since I'm getting rid of authentication for the moment, I will have to pull this in because eventually I'm going to need it. But I'm getting rid of all of the authentication stuff. And I have no idea what this is going to look like once I disable all of these, because I'm probably getting rid of more than originally even existed. I'm trying to get this back to a state where it just loads the basic junk up, and ultimately we're able to move forward. I'll just, I'm going to be using some ChatGPT to kind of learn the ways, what's, and how's it's. Some services are not able to construct it while validating the service descriptor, service type. All right, so I'm going to go. All right, let's do this. Let's bring in my buddy, ChatGPT, or some people said Claude. Let's give Claude a chance. Claude, I have not actually put to the test lately, or yet, but I am getting an error, and let's see how good Claude is at deciphering said error. So we're going to go back here. We're going to go. Find Claude. Hello, Claude. Wait, that's not Claude. Back here, what the heck? That's Reddit. Claude. There you are. Continue with Google. I've pretty much been logging in with Google the whole time, so. Yes, continue. I'm back, man. I'm back. All right, so hey, Claude. Hey, you returned. Did you give me my same stuff? Huh. Well, that's cool. It came back with the last thing I did. That's something neither one of the other ones did. They usually just start you off fresh. Okay, so I am getting an error stating that some items could not be built. What is missing here? What is missing here? Let's see if Claude can figure this out. Let's see, authenticating. You're adding authentication related services. Blah 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 blah. There's a lot of all right. Let's see here. Well, the goal was to remove all the authentication related code. What do I need to remove so that this compiles? No, you don't have to apologize, man. That's my fault. I didn't make it clear. All right, so I need to get rid of consent handler, add cascading authentication state. All right, so we need to get rid of that guy. I didn't even see the authentication piece of that. We're getting rid of both of these accessors. These scope guys. Probably that one too, because that's authentication related. So that's 3 lines gone. And they're getting rid of, well, there's 3 scoped lines I got rid of. Use authentication and use authorization. Where am I using? Where do I have that at? Those aren't in there. Wait, did I didn't even put those in. How did it know I had those? Because the code I gave it didn't have those lines. Oh, probably because it gave me those lines and it removed them. All right, so, well, all right. Probably need to return. But the thing is, those failed to build. Oh, well, that's right, because build happens during the application state. I forgot about that. The app thing. Builder just assembles the junk and then it blows up. Okay, so we can get rid of that. What else did it get rid of? So we got run. We got Blazor Hub, Razor Pages. Map Razor components, render mode, assemblies, map Razor pages. I don't know what Blazor Hub is. I don't have that in mind. Identity endpoints, I should probably get rid of that. Also, ensure that you've removed any authentication related NuGet packages that are no longer needed. Oh yeah, well, I'll do that later. That ain't gonna crash it. That's just gonna be clutter. Yeah, I should. Maybe you're right. Yeah, okay, let's remove them. I'm not going to remove them from, you know, NuGet, but I think it's a good idea that I remove any junk, just because it's all going to be, I'm starting this thing from fresh, right? Because I'm totally approaching this differently. Oops, I didn't want to do I don't know why system and stuff are needed. Yeah, but I'll put stuff back as needed. Let's clean this up. Let's get clean, man. Okay, so we got consent handler. Well, that must have been his thing because that's not my thing. And beyond that, I got rid of all the authentication, got rid of all the scopes, got rid of the use authorization junk down at the bottom. So, yeah, let's see where we are now. What happens if I just do a hot reload? Will it work? Build can only be called once. All right, then we'll just hit stop. We'll just run it again. Gotta take. Well, I don't know what I'm doing, so let's just slam into the wall. Let's just start over. Refresh, refresh. Did it load? What's it doing? Where's it at? Hello? No. Didn't load. Now it blew up. An action cannot use both form and JSON body parameters. Huh? Where's form and... Huh? An action cannot use both form and JSON parameters. What are you talking about? Do I have something here that says form or JSON or anything like that? Well, phooey. Where's form and JSON parameters at? Debugging, endpoint, migration, exception handler, use hosts. All right, well, I'm gonna go back up here and try it again. All right, I'm really cleaning up. I'm starting from scratch. I think. Just want to... the less I have in here when I start my next stuff, the less clutter I'll have when I actually get the other stuff working. So I got to get this back to... Just get it loading. All right, so let's close this. An action cannot use both form and JSON parameters. Action cannot use both form and JSON parameters. Let's see here. What are you saying, man? Subscribe to Pro for 5 times more usage. Wait, what? Are you done? Wait, you're not replying to me? Is Claude to the point where I'm already filled it up? Oh, no. Okay, it just didn't show up. I heard Claude has very limited usage, which, of course, means I can't use it very... If it goes beyond the usage, I'll be going back to ChatGPT or whatever because I can't, you know, unemployed means don't spend money you're not don't have. And and actually, you know, when you have conflicting configurations for handlers. All right, but where am I doing that at? Key changes. Use migration endpoint. What is identity? It said that again. Where is it seeing that? Identity consent handler. Oh, there it is. Add service side Blazor. Okay. I need to get rid of that. Use migration endpoints. Oh, really? Okay. That's a thing down here. Map additional identity endpoints. Oh, I got another identity endpoints one? God, I thought I got rid of all those. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, wait. Oh. How did I miss that one? Because that's identity too. I should have known that wasn't going to be needed. Map, I removed the commented out map identity API line. I don't think commented out is going to matter. Now, regarding the specific error you're seeing, the error is likely coming from an API controller or endpoint that's not showing in this startup code. Check your API controllers, especially those handling form submission or JSON data. For any actions that might be trying to bind both form data and JSON in the same method, ensure that your API methods are correctly decorated with attributes like from body or... Oh, so is the issue not related to my code? Is that what it's saying? Uh-oh. Which means I mean, it is related to my code, but it's not related to my code. You know what I'm saying? It's not related to the code on this page. So if I'm getting that same error, it's probably not complaining about this, which is a problem. I bet you it's just going to give me an error again. Because I've probably got something missing in the declaration. Oh, a different error. Invalid operation input contains anti-forgery metadata, but a middleware was not found that supports anti-forgery. Okay, so okie dokie. Where is this at? But a middleware was not found that supports anti-forgery. Throw missing anti-forgery. All right, well, let's let's do this. Control-Shift-F, anti-forgery. There we go. All right, so what am I looking at? Wait, what page is this? Disable Tufa Razor. Hold on, my dog's having a cow again. Come on. I'm almost at that point where I need to restart, but I don't want it. I mean, I feel like you should be able to reconstruct an app, right? You shouldn't have to restart the app. I mean, yeah, starting from clean app is good, but also it's also sometimes not what you want, right? So, disable two-factor authentication. I don't. What is disable Tufa Razor? I don't. On submit async. Application user equals default. This action only disables Tufa. Cascading parameter on initialize async required user async. User accessor on submit async. What is this page? Components. Count. Disable. There it is. So I just take this page out. It's probably what I really need to do, right? Disable tufa.razor. It's a component, right? Disable tufa. Okay, so we're going to go disable tufa. All right, so we're going to go here. Oh, don't care about that. This is the one I want. This is the calling it. Account, manage, generate recovery codes, reset recovery codes. I don't know what that is. In fact, this whole two-factor authentication Razor thing, I'm getting rid of that too. Actually, you know, if I actually almost want this to be just blank. As in, I want the page, but I'm going to use it. You have no recovery codes left. See, this is all like code and responses that I would want my auth API to say, you know, hey, you know, is two-factor enabled, blah, blah, you know, we're going to do all that, but I want to be able to run code that's going to go check it in my auth API, not here in this code. So if you can log in with recovery code, you have no recovery codes, you have one recovery code. This is just you trying to figure it out. Getting your fix going, is machine remembered, all this crap. This is all like I'm just going to get rid of all this, comment it all out. Let's go uncomment. Can't track. Authenticator app. And this is my output. What is this app? Where is two-factor authentication even being called? This is a component too, right? Two-factor authentication. Control Shift F. Two-factor. All right, so log in with two-factor. That's actually, I think, disable two-fa, enable authentication, Razor. Two-factor authentication, Razor. Shared. Have team account manage two-factor authentication. I'm going to get rid of this. And then I am going to go to log in with two-fa. Nope, getting rid of that right now. Sign in. It's because I really don't think. When is this thing called? Log in with two-fa. Oops, wrong thing. Log in with two-fa. House F requires two authentication. This doesn't count login failures towards account lockout. To enable password failures to trigger account lockout, set lockout on failure true. We are not going to do this. I want the public async task login user, but I think I'm going to do that through, I'm going to do different code in here. So I can call my API instead. But of course, figuring out how to do this. This doesn't count. Password sign in async. Requires two. I'm just going to comment that out. I don't know what's going to happen if I do this though, because public async login user is not going to do anything. Let's let's see here. I want to have it return something. Public task. If var result equals await sign-in manager, password sign-in async. Let's go that one. Password sign. See, that's not going to work because password sign-in async is going to be something else. But maybe I will go to the sign-in manager. Where is sign-in manager? Oops. What? What? Sign-in manager. Is that not something I have control over? Is that not a page, or is that's a built-in thing, huh? Inject sign-in manager application. Yeah, see, that's not going to work. Because you're sending email, password, and remember me, lockout failure, all that stuff is going to be part of whatever the sign-in manager is. I don't know what that is. It's a built-in configuration, but like I said, I'm going to be using my API. So I could see building a custom sign-in manager that's going to call my API, and they would just do, you know, blah, 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 sign in. It might be good because then all of my stuff would be there. And then I don't see how it would work in this case as far as if results succeeded, login information, user logged in, redirect manager, redirect to URL, which is all fine. I think all this is actually good, but I'm going to have to come up with a sign-in manager component because I don't think this is creating one. Change password, delete personal data, external logins, reset authentication, set password razor. See, it's just got all the authentication stuff built into this app, and I want none of it here. I want none of it. It's almost like I need to totally take all that out. Almost, yeah. I want a login user page. I do. Already task, but where am I? This is login razor. So, like I should have, I could probably even get rid of. All this is going to do is go error message, login user, invalid on submit, and then use a local account to log in. And then we're going to go through the password, and that's all good. I actually like all of that. I just need to have my results here. Logger.login, user logged in. Redirect to return URL, else if. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna uncomment this, and we're just gonna say do this. This is going to be really cheesy, but we're going to do it. If true. That's just going to allow. It's just going to allow it to pretend like it logged in when I click submit. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to say user logged in, and then everything else should be allowed to at least be functional. I don't know what is my situation now. Disabled a bunch of crap, but hopefully Doesn't do anything, man. What is your problem? Do something. It's funny how all this stuff is triggering just on the build. And I get it. But like, you go through all this stuff, nothing happens until you get here, and then you hit something and it just goes bleh. See, just bleh all over the place. It just blew up all over. How about, I don't even know where I'm at. That's the problem. Endpoint contains anti-forgery metadata. So wait a minute, didn't I get rid of that? So we're still looking at, where am I? Doesn't tell me what page I'm on. Oh, here we go, routing. Let's go look at routing. See, it doesn't even display name, blah. That's all it's saying, blah. So like a call stack. All right, so for forgery, configure application startup by adding app anti-forgery in the application startup code. If there are calls to app.use routing and app.use endpoints, the call to app.use anti-forgery must go between them. Calls to app.use anti-forgery must be placed before calls to app use authentication and app use authenticator. All right. Oops. How to deal with this error on startup in my Blazor app application. I think I have to do app use. See, it has anti-forgery there. Maybe that's the problem. I need to take that out. It didn't say take it out, but in the example, but maybe I need to. Key points are should be placed after use routing. Really? Really? Huh. Well, I didn't put that. I mean, I did put that in there. I didn't do that, but I did do that. I don't know. I thought I was just doing what it told me to do. Maybe that's why it was erroring to begin with. Maybe that was the whole problem. But it doesn't matter because I didn't like the way it was set up anyway. So, all right, let's try that again. I mean, what does this one do? I don't even know what that one does. Because that one's, the little fire is hot reload, which means just, you know, refresh things and go. And then this one is restart, you know, shut down and restart. And this is obviously pause it and stop it. What does that one do? Oh, hey, look, it loaded. So all I had to do is put it in the right order. Okay, well, fun. Current ladder has 0 competitors. Well, of course it does. All right, so we're going to see if any of these buttons are broken. Weather has some crap in it. Okay. Oh, that blows up. Ew, that blows up all over the place. It makes a big, hairy mess, man. Okay, well, that's all right. Can we go back? How about register? Does that one blow up too? Oh yeah, that's ugly. That's an ugly mess. And what about login? Oh yeah, that's more ugly messes. So really all I'm trying to do, ultimately what these are going to end up being is little more than a login page. That's all they're going to be. It's going to be a login page and they're going to call, but I have to clean them up. So when somebody goes to login, all I want here is login code. That's all I want. We're going to go to account login. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to my solution. Where is my login? I mean, just login pages followed by whatever it takes to send it to them. It's going to be simple. I want it to be, oh, what does Bellevue want? Hold on. You know, maybe no, somebody could call me for a job. I doubt it. Hello? Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Well, guess not, because they didn't even bother to talk to me. There's nobody there. Hello, hello. Well, don't know what that was all about, but thing is, I don't even give people this phone number, so it wouldn't be a job, right? Because my job, I use my cell phone. If somebody was calling me to offer me an interview or something, they'd be calling my phone. All right, well. Okay, so let's go to my login page. I'm actually going to go over here. Whoa, what is all that crap? Okay, script. Let's declare that mess. I'm going to go to my login component, and I am just going to dump it. That's it. It's just dump it. Where is it? It's under account. Okay. Pages. Login. I'm just going to dump it. It doesn't like something that's in here. I don't know why, but I'm dumping it. I don't know what blew up though. Cannot provide a value for property redirect manager on type unl.components account pages.login. There is no registered service of type unl component account identity redirect manager. What? Did I get rid of a redirect manager? Thought I had that on here. Maybe that's all I'm missing. Let's go get my redirect manager turned on. Pretty sure redirect manager is something I have to put in the builder. Let's see what it says. Why doesn't it scroll me down? Yeah, let's see, build components. Identity redirect manager. See, however, given your previous intention to remove authentication, option 1 is likely the better solution. Oh, okay. This error indicates the application is trying to remove type blah blah blah, but this service hasn't been registered in your dependency injection container. Related authentication setup. To resolve this issue, you have two options: remove the dependency on Identity Manager if you're not using it. Register identity service if you still need it. Let's go through both options. Option 1: remove the dependency. Recommended if you're removing authentication. Locate the login.razor file in your component folder. Remove or comment out any reference to redirect manager. Really? Okay, well, let's do it. Because like I said, I'm going to go through and just totally revamp how I'm doing auth in here. And I want to see the connection points, okay? So like if I was to go just do a fresh restart and go say, create me a new Blazor app, has no authentication in it. Then I wouldn't see what's getting removed and what things matter and see how much clutter actually goes into building that. Because I am seeing a lot of freaking clutter. I'm telling you, man, there's a lot. Why is this in here twice? How did that get in there twice? Okay, and now we got to go. What is it? Redirect manager? Redirect manager. There we go, log in. All right, so we got to basically uninject this. Probably don't need this sign-in manager either, because that's not going to be a thing. I mean, it might be later, but I may have to create my own version of it pretty soon. This is just soft coded. I mean, really, it's not really meant to be anything usable. It's weird that redirect manager has to, why can't redirect manager just do a redirect? Why can't I log into something else or send it to a different page? Or, I mean, why does redirect manager have to be security related is all I'm saying. Oh, it's an identity redirect manager. I guess that's why. that would definitely have something to do with it, I guess. Logger dot log information, and we'll just say never going to be here, because we're not, because it's just true false, and obviously true is always the case, right? If true, if false. And look, it's even complaining. It says you can't even do this, man. Else, let's just do that. What does that say? Unreachable code. I don't think. All right, fine. It looked at that and goes, "Hey, dude, you can't do that." All right, but I'm like, why not? All right, let's hit save. Let's hit the restarty button. Try it again. There's no more reference to redirect manager. Oops. Now what? The inject directive. What? Oh, I can't comment those out? You can't just go no? Oh, weird. Okay, so if I want those to go away, I have to do this. Those are weird. Okay, that's weird. Huh. All right, well. Now what? Is that even allowed? It's not complaining about those right now, is it? I mean, it is complaining about them, but it's... Okay, fine. Let's just take them off. Let's just take them off. So you stop crying about it, because I don't care. Okay. Now what's it complaining about? There's no... Must appear at the start of the line. It is at the start of the line. What are you talking about? Now what's the problem? I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to start. It's complaining about something that shouldn't be a problem because it wasn't a problem 2 seconds ago. Yeah, well, we already know we can get here. There and there. Now this is all garbage stuff that I was just doing some sampling with. This is not. Oh, that's auth, which is fine. Let's go to login. Oh, we got, oh, well, it's different. Now we got some other problem. No sign-out authentication handlers are registered. Did you forget to call add authentication? No, I forgot to remove the sign-out thing. Tell you, it's really hard to remove crap. It's hard to remove crap. There's always something trying to mess with me. Sign out. Yeah, I can see how that's a problem. On initialize async. HTTP context. HTTP methods. All right, on initialize async. Where is that? It's obviously been called somewhere. On initialize async. Is that a thing? On initialize async. Okay, I totally spelled that wrong apparently. Typo. Because there is no other reference to that. So what's calling it? All right, let's just get rid of it. Is it just no, it's going to be something that goes, no uninitialized async exists. It's like, well, I tried to find it, but you didn't tell me where it was, so I just got rid of it. I can't complain about uninitialized async, can it? Complain about something else. Golly. Just to get the login page to load up is a dummy page. It's all I want is a dummy page out of it. I should just delete it and create a new login page. Invalid operation. Cannot provide a value for property redirect manager on type UNL component account shared external login picker. There is no registered service of type UNL account identity redirect. What are you? Oh my gosh. What is, there's not even that much on here anymore. What? Logger? We don't have, what is it calling now? How, what is it doing? It says error message, input, login user, use local account to log in, input email, password, input remember button, navigation URI, dictionary, return URL, return as new user, resend email. See, none of this. What is this? What's the problem here, man? It's complaining about something on this page. Is it another reference to something up here? Inject navigation manager, maybe? Redirect manager on type UNL component account. Something shared. Email, password, remember me. Okay. External login picker. Oh, there it is. Okay, what, can do that? Won't let me comment out that code? Is there, oh, is it different comments? It's probably like the star thing, huh? All right. Let's try that again. We did it! Okay, now we're back. We're back to just a login. It's a dummy login. It's just text and a button. That's all it is. Doesn't even do nothing yet. But we've got it back to where I want it. Because ultimately, I'm planning to get this thing to call my API. So that's the next step, right? So now, when I click login, I want to call the API. That's all I want. So, I'm not sure how to implement calling my auth API in Blazor. It's a lot more convoluted. I'm telling you, these steps are way more lines of stuff. This is the basics. Okay, so I'm gonna open up my Razor component. I'm gonna show you what the difference is. This is oops, this is already open. Okay, so we're here, and so I have my login page, right? So this is basically what I've got right now. I've just got the data that's going to look pretty much like this when the login page comes up. It doesn't have much going on, except for on form action we call login or sign up, whatever. So we're going to say register as new user, which is the sign up, which by the way is probably going to break. You know, oddly enough, I don't think my sign up works here either. So, because all I've done is log in. I haven't gotten to the let's register from here plan. I had an account already. I haven't gotten to calling in the sign up part. So I will get to that. But for now, we just want to be able to log in. So if I click log in, which is going to look a little bit like this. So let's go ahead and run this just so we can see what all we're comparing against. This is my login page. So if I were to compare it to what my login page looks like here, this is the login page. So similar, right? I mean, we've got the text that's going to do the login. It's just a lot more, I don't know, straightforward. We got less links here. I mean, I got more links here. So yeah, this is basically it, right? Edit form model. We're going to have a login user. We're going to call the login user, which by the way happens to be down here in the code. Now, I don't have anything going on. If I were to click it in, it would just, something would show up in the logger as user logged in. Theoretically, assuming if I clicked it and that's what happened. And this is just validation, so I'm not too worried about it. But we're simple right now, but ultimately what I want is once this person logs in and they fire the login, we're gonna go, we're gonna fire, let's see, I think it's actions.js. Here's login. So this is gonna be what happens. So when I login user here, I should basically be doing the same thing, right? So I'm gonna call my blah, blah, blah. We're gonna go, this is, oh, wait a minute. Am I looking at the right thing? Oh my gosh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ignore me. That's the, ignore me. Let's go to my ladder. Try that again. I don't even know why that app's open. That's my reference app because I took a Next.js class and I was like, okay, how do I do this here? Because it did a lot of things I wanted to, but I know it's wrong. I knew it was wrong because it was referring to Supabase. Okay, so back to my login. So here's my auth page. Again, just, so this does have the stuff in here that's going to call the login, but you can see I have just my email, set password. That's all it is, simple, nothing. There's no register on here either. I gotta set that up. Okay, so next we have login user. I'm using this code here, use AMG authorize. That's going to be the code that does all the stuff. So essentially, we're going to do the same thing, right? We're going to be at the login page. We're going to go use, I mean, I could almost call it the same, right? Use AMG authorize. It's probably not going to be called use because that's not a keyword in Blazor, I don't think, but it's going to be, you know, something similar. And it's going to call this method once we trigger the code. So basically I go into login user and we're going to fire, you know, something. We're going to go log in. And I'm going to have this code that's going to go run it. And then theoretically it's going to store all my information. We're going to get back to where I am right now, but my Blazor app's going to do it. So now I don't know the answer to this. I don't know how to do it in Blazor. I'm going to try. I want to have yeah, this is going to be interesting. I don't know how to do this. I don't even know how to ask the question because it did not work when I tried to get this working before. So I'm just going to ask Claude. All right, Claude, are you better than ChatGPT? This is your chance to prove it because I don't know the answer to this problem. Okay, so knowing very little about Blazor, I need to know what I need, what code I need. Okay, so how do I create a login page in a Blazor .NET 8 application, .NET 8 web application, that on submit will call out to an external .NET Auth API, externap. I don't know how I got that letter from. To log in or register a user. The .NET Auth API, Auth .NET Web .NET Auth Web API will be returning a JWT bearer token for use in authenticating, for use in page authorization. All right, go for it, Claude. Show me the magic, man. Show me how good you are at this. This is going to be a lot. Oh, wow. What is all that blank crap in the middle there? That's weird. Why is there blank crap? Oh, that was some serious pages. Oh, yeah, there's some serious paging going on here. Why is there blank crap? Uninitialized navigation method. Are those just because those are generic methods that you don't need? That's weird. Navigation manager. What is that? What is that weird thing? It really writes the code weird, doesn't it? Look at that weirdness. What? Look at this navigation manager. Navigate to login URL equals URI, comma. It's like, what is the deal with that? This setup allows you to log in user and external API, store the DRIT token in a local storage. No, for sake of consistency, I want to store it in a cookie. Can you please update to use to store in a cookie instead of local storage? Certainly. All right, so we're gonna do that instead. Okay, so this should potentially be writing it differently. But see, it's giving me a lot of, look how much code that is. It just feels like so much more code. And then you got these weird things with the weird blank space. I mean, I don't remember any blank space in my React code. Where you have these weird blank objects. All right, this setup allows you to log in using external API, store the DRIT token in a cookie, use the token for authentication authorization in your Blazor app, automatically include the token in API requests. Perfect. Remember to implement proper SQL protection, as using cookies, even HTTP-only cookies, can be vulnerable by a SQL attacks. Also, ensure that your external auth API is properly secured and follows best practices for DRIT implementation. Yeah, did it set up a cookie with HTTP only? I do want it to be HTTP only. This is such a weird, this is a weird piece of code here. What is this? Look at that. It's like it's just bizarre. It's like no, what is that? Update the login Razor page. Huh. And then let's see, update the Druid authentication state provider to use cookies. Oh well. All right, so first let's update the auto. Well, okay, so it's creating these other stuff, and then it's often considered more secure. Storing the Druid token in a cookie instead of local storage is often considered more secure, especially when you set the cookie to HTTP only. Here's how you can modify the previous implementation to use cookies. First, let's update the auth service to handle cookie storage. Okay, let's see here. I'm just trying to figure out where everything's going. I should probably start with this because then it edits it. I wish it would have just shown me that. I don't like the and then edits. Because then I have to start with the original and then add the edits. Because I don't know if it's going to be smart enough. Okay, so let's go here. Basically, maybe I can at least see the differences if I'm doing that. So we're going to go here. And then I have my login page, right? So I got my page login, which is right. This is the wrong app. This is the wrong app too. And we got to open the right app. I'm going to push this over here to the right because I want things to look happy pants. That's not it. Let's go here. Okay. All right, so login. We got login.razor. Whoa. Okay, create the login, implement service, handle APIs. So we're going to inject some auth stuff. Let's inject these guys. Hey, Richard Aubin, how you doing, man? What's the latest? Copy. I am implementing an auth that I created. It's the AMG authorize right here. And it's somewhere I have it load. I have somewhere I have it. Nope. Where'd it go? Here it is. So there's AMG authorize. It's a very simple authentication. Just register, login, and a validate token. That's all it is. I will be adding more, and I'm probably going to have it returning other stuff, you know, so I can get some extra info if I need it. But I'm doing it as a Druid token, you know, JSON Web Token. It's a bearer token, which is kind of a hybrid of, you know, bearer and Druid. And I'm starting in a cookie. And what I'm trying to do here, I already have implemented my Auth API in my Razor application. So I have a Razor app that I'm running, that I'm creating side by side. It's the same app. I'm creating a Blazor and a Next.js React application. So I'm learning both of them. This whole thing is about me figuring out and learning how to do both Blazor and React Next.js. Now, of course, there's a bunch of other junk out there, but those are the two that I'm focusing on, trying to add to my skill set. And I know even less, for being a C# guy, who for the last 14, 15, 16 years, whatever it is, for being a C# guy, I'm finding Blazor to be very foreign to me. Because I always did C# working with .NET Framework, and all the way up to like 4.5. So I never really got into core, .NET Core or MVC or any of the latter technologies that is .NET now, right? So all that's kind of new to me, and this is one of the problems that I've been experiencing with jobs, because everybody wants the latest stuff. Now, some people there's a few jobs that want framework, but apparently they haven't wanted to hire me. But I also kind of want to just work. I want to work with the new stuff. I don't want to get a job that's going to keep me in the .NET Framework world, because that means I'm just going to get further and further and further behind, right? So I want to be able to find something that works with either Blazor or React. And I've taken a couple of online courses for React and Next.js and GraphQL, and I've been working on my Azure 204 certification. So this is me trying to take all that knowledge that I've been trying to build up and implement it into an application of my own create. my own creation. And but what I decided to do is throw a third tool in there, and that's Blazor, because I know C#. I understand C# syntax. So that allows me to, I figure, well, I can get in here and just start learning the whole object model program structure of how Blazor and MVC works, because Blazor's set up a lot like that. The model view component architecture. So I'm trying to figure out, let's create these two side-by-side apps. Now I've already got my Auth API working in React. It's already, I've got assigning it to a cookie. The biggest problem I had in all of that was figuring out how to connect my Auth API to a third-party application, or not a third-party, outside application, external application. It's third-party in that it's a separate thing, but it's a lot of the online courses, YouTube, there's like 10 guys on YouTube doing, hey, this is how you create a .NET Auth API. But they all do it by implementing the auth in the app. How to lock down a page. It's the weather app that they all lock down. I'm like, well, that doesn't do me any good. I'm creating separate applications. I want to know how to connect them to the separate application, which was where I stumbled. I was having a lot of trouble figuring that out, but eventually I got it figured out with the help of ChatGPT and Blackbox AI and now Claude. I'm trying to give Claude a chance. People say Claude's really good. I like ChatGPT. To be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of Blackbox AI. Blackbox AI just seems to get, I don't know, it takes different routes. A lot of times it'll just jump the tracks. It'll just like write something totally different. It's not like it's not writing valid code. It just comes up with things that don't seem to stay on point. And ChatGPT, and what I liked about Blackbox AI is if you left your page open and said, all right, I've gotten halfway through this large piece of code. If I come back to this tomorrow, it'll still be there. ChatGPT, your cookie will expire and it erases it, and then you have to come back and figure out what you asked last time or look at the history and see if it remembers it. I did notice one thing that I like about Claude. It goes one step further. When I re-logged in, it just gave me exactly what I had the last time I was on there. Well, that's cool. Now, I don't know how good that would work if I have 2 pages of Claude open, which I've done that with ChatGPT on numerous occasions where I have multiple pages open. Because I'll ask it a question. I don't want to lose this one, so I go ask it another one. So I ask it in a different window. Anyway, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to implement my Auth API now in Blazor. And to be honest, I started trying to get my Auth API into Blazor. And when you do a Blazor app, you can say, do you want to have authentication in this when you're creating it in the Visual Studio? And I said yes. So that's where I kind of went. I was getting it working. I was trying to get Facebook login working, and it was kind of coming together. But I hit a couple of snags, and I said, all right, this is not even what I want to do. I was starting at a point where I knew it was going to be getting rid of anyway. It was going to be throwaway, and I go, no, let's just do it the right way the first time. I said, I want to have a third-party API, a separate API. Sorry, not third-party, a separate API that both my apps can use to log in. So I just create it once, and then they just pass login parameters to the API, and the API says, here's your login. Here's your cookie based on that login. So first creating a local API login, and then I want that API to eventually handle Facebook login and maybe, what do you call it, Google login. Oh, well, you're an expert then, man. Compared to me, you're an expert. But you've probably also got some experience with. You probably also have experience with modern C#. Using MVC. So I've heard people who knew modern C# .NET Core stuff can make it to Blazor with no problem, and that's my problem. I don't even have that. But hey, you have a good one, Richard. I know it's early in the morning for you, and you've been at it for a while. It looks like so. 5:26 a.m. Sheesh, that's what time I got up this morning. I got up at 5:15. So, yeah, your day is long. You have a good one. Anyway, so back to it. Let's see how this goes. I'm using Claude here to make my connection. Philippines. All right. Wow. Philippines. Is that new to me? I'm trying to think of all the people who've been coming around. I've been getting a lot of people from all over the world on this stream, more so than any of my video gaming streams, or it just seems like there's more variety. I've seen Saudi Arabia and India, and I've got, I think I've had, what else? Well, the Philippines is new. You're up for another 4 hours. I thought you were just saying you were calling it a night. Oh, but done coding. Oh, okay. Well, I understand that if you've been coding all night. But I like Blazor. I don't know why I am mentally. I think I like Blazor because it's C sharp, and I feel like I know C sharp, but I'm finding I don't know Blazor at all. I mean, it's just like I said, the whole architecture is weird to me, and it also seems much more convoluted. That just seems to be doing more. When I plugged in my Auth API into React, it just felt like A, B, C. Just do this, do this, do this. And it was only, so much lines of code in each one. When I go into Blazor, it feels like do this and this and this. I'm like, why does this feel more complicated to me? Why? Maybe it's the words, the steps it's taking. I don't know. It just felt like a lot. I'm going to find out now, because what I've been doing since I started this stream 1 hour and 27 minutes ago, prior to right now, I was gutting my application. So you probably know when you go into Visual Studio and you create a brand new Blazor web application and you say yes to authentication, it's going to put all of the framework for that stuff in there, right? It's going to put it all there. And it, obviously it doesn't work yet because you got to implement all the bits. But now I don't know. I've been working with Blazor for all of 2 weeks. I mean, if I compressed all the time I've been working with Blazor, it's maybe 2 weeks. And a lot of it I'm still just learning. I'm just learning to gronk it. So I am using, I believe, I'm using the latest .NET 8 Blazor. So I believe I'm using interactive render modes. I believe I'm using the both, the singular Blazor application that's going to be running off the server and the client. Just depending on whatever it is I'm doing. So, a lot of the architecture, understanding it for me is very new. So there's a good chance that you could ask me lots of questions and I'll look at you and go, well, I'll look at the camera and go, you want to see the AppRaiser file? Sure, I can show you the AppRaiser file. This is my authorized app. And here we go. So I got my program CS, let's see, pages, app CS. And I don't know where my AppRaiser, where is it? Where is it at? Oh, here it is, right in front of me. There you go. All right, so we got, that's the basic thing, man. This is what it gave me when I set up blazor.web.js. This is what it gave me when I set up the application. Like I said, I just used the template to start. You know how you create web application, and I just said I want .NET 8, and I want it to be with authentication. And I've been gutting it, taking all the authentication out, because I'm basically just going to make it dummy as far as authentication goes. And then I'm going to pass login information back to my web UI, or my web API, and it's going to do all the authentication crap, and then it's going to pass it back to me, pass back the cookie that's created from it, and then I'll use that cookie to lock down the app, where it needs to be. Now, this app is not a super high security app, but it does have an account page. It does require certain pages to be logged in, because you're going to be doing certain things that you have to be logged in to do. So, but it's not like a high security application. but it's enough so that I want to be able to have that authentication going. But yeah, this is your, I don't know, can you even see it? Because people have told me that I keep things pretty small. But there's the code. But man, you're done coding. You don't want to come over here and watch me code some more. I'm just, especially, you're probably going over there going, dude, this guy really doesn't know anything. Oh, am I? How do you, let's see. Apps, boot. All right, so what gives it away? When you're looking at this page, what are you seeing that tells you that I'm using static server-side rendering? Ah, okay. Oh, I see. Head outlet. So they would be like as an extension to this head outlet component? Or an extent, or as in parameters or variables, or what do you call it? Settings to these two components. See, I didn't know that. Now, again, I don't know. Maybe some of that's not there because I just started. Is it possible that I just haven't put anything in there because I don't know? I don't have a need for it. Ah. Okay. So, I guess I could state this. When I created this, my thought was to create, I mean, I don't know, again, I'm learning a lot. See, that's news to me. It's obviously, I don't know what those variations, WebAssembly, interactive, I mean, because WebAssembly was a version you can create, but it said, typically that was .NET 6 or before, and then with web application you wouldn't use with .NET 8 you would just use a web application. But I don't know how that compares to interactive server or anything like that. Now this is the server side parts of my app. I have the client up here. This one doesn't have, well, I guess this doesn't have an app Razor. Huh, okay. So I guess that's the only place where app Razor would be. Oh. Well, what's the, I mean, I guess my curiosity is what's the norm? What's most commonly used in the world? Blazor's pretty new, right? I mean, as far as, okay, it's been around for a few years, but it's newly gaining traction in the world. Okay, so it's raised from what I've been reading, hearing, that kind of thing. It's spiking. It's becoming more popular, probably because of the latest additions from .NET 8, but it's gaining a lot more traction. But what are people using? You know, it's like when I created it, I'm just thinking, well, .NET 8, that's what I want. It didn't even occur to me to consider things like the render modes. I mean, I want to be able to put stuff on the server, keep a lot of it back on the back end, so that it's not, it's a little bit more secure, and it's only passing up the end result as much as possible. But at the same time, I don't know what the norm is. What are people doing what are people doing the most? Because ideally you would learn what's the accepted standard. I mean, I guess it all depends on what you're trying to accomplish, true, but oh, okay. Well, let's see. What's going to be, by interactivity, you mean like if you're asking a lot of questions and they're filling in a lot of fields and they're doing a lot of entry that you need to feed back with or respond, like if they're typing into a page and it automatically pops up new page information, that's more interactive versus all you're doing is giving them a bunch of pages to read. You know, they click here, page to read, click here, page to read. Very little interactivity, right? They're not doing anything. But if you're asking them for a lot of feedback on a page, or you're doing a lot of pop-up dialogues and stuff, responding to their stuff. Wasm, is that WebAssembly? See, I don't know. I don't know that I have a lot of interactivity. What's the plan? Again, this app of mine is in design, right? I know what the app is, but at the moment, I don't necessarily believe there's going to be a lot of interactivity. Yes, there'll be points where they have to enter, or, you know, I mean, like their account page is going to have them entering stuff. But I don't feel like there's going to be a lot of instantaneous response time. Yeah, so I'm thinking static's probably good, because they're only going to enter what they need. They're going to select what ladders they want to be on. They may have to have some in most cases, if they want to challenge a person, they'll click on that person's link, and it'll give them the information back to how to contact them to challenge them. But I don't suspect it's going to be a lot of back and forth. You know, it's not a lot of things. I mean, interactive rendering sounds cool. I mean, I just feel like you could do some cool stuff with it happening as you're going. I think that's a cool functionality. I just don't believe the website I'm designing will have a lot of use for that yet. Who knows? Maybe I'll come up with something later and I'll be like, ooh, that's cool. Now, it sounds like if all you have to, what happens if you add that setting, you say render mode and you go to interactive, what happens to your existing code? Does it break all your existing code, or does it just respond differently? I mean, what does that rendering mode do? I mean, is it like a total change of direction, or does it just change how the page responds? Oh, well, see, there you go. Is that like when you're editing the routes? Yeah, and then we're good. Anyway, so let's go ahead and see if I can figure this out. It's all back to task. All right, let's see how this login page goes. So this is my login page. I've already got login stuff. Do I want to use the login stuff that Claude gave me? Let's see. I don't think I really need to. I mean, ultimately, I just need to know I'm passing it stuff. You can set a page component with render mode attribute. Oh. At render mode. Oh, okay. So you would do that probably up here with where you would normally put the injects and the usings and all that stuff. See, you're teaching me. I don't think you want to be teaching me, man. You just got done working for however how long. I appreciate your help, though. I mean, I'll take it. But, man, I feel bad. You see this guy who doesn't know what he's doing on the internet, and you're like, oh, let me help this guy out. It's like, well, it's up to you, man, but I feel like you've been working hard already. Especially if it's 5 a.m. Holy moly. Did you just get off work at 5 a.m.? Is that like you did your work, and then at 5 a.m. you said, all right, I'm done, and now I'm going to spend 4 hours doing my life? So you're going to go to bed at 9:30 a.m.? Jeez. I think your days are upside down, man. Sounds like my son. He's always like staying up until 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. He can't now. He got a job where he's got to go to work in the morning, but for a long time he was always going to bed super early in the morning. I'd get up and he'd still be up. Oh, he was playing games, not working, but you know. Oh, so you're a offshore worker for someplace in the U.S. or Canada. Okay. Oh, then I guess you have no choice, right? Because you got to be on shift with the people that you're working with. That makes sense. So your days are upside down. I used to know my last job. I used to work with a lot of offshore people, and their days were upside down. They were in was it India? Yeah, I think they were mostly Indian, and they were or um, yeah, I think they were mostly Indian. So that's where they were running their whole operation from, that company. We contracted with a company that had a lot of offshore people, and they were all in India. So they all had to work weird hours for them anyway. All right, so back to it. Let's see, we got that. This is weird. Claude gives you these little blank things. I don't know if that's like handle login. It's empty. Is that because later on we're gonna put? It's just so weird. It looks like clunky. I mean, what is this? This whole else this. Oh, I guess it's just because they're giving you a the footprint to put your own code into those spots. That is weird. I don't like it. I don't know. It's just it throws me off. All right. So, do you ever use any of these AIs for your to assist you with code? Which one do you prefer? That's what I'm saying. The formatting looks weird, huh? That's like funky. And it's done that with a couple of the responses. Yeah, I use ChatGPT also most of the time. I'm trying Claude because I was reading online. A lot of people were saying Claude was the best. And I'm like, really? So I thought I'd try it. But I'm not too impressed with this formatting junk. That looks weird to me. It's like if paren result dot success. Is that a dot? It is. Yeah, that's funky. You know what? I'm going to ask the exact same question to ChatGPT and see what it says. It's hard for me to look at broken code. I mean, I can. I just don't like it. And it's probably functionally fine. It's just he's got he's got returns and stuff in the weird places. His carriage returns or line return pieces are in the wrong odd places. But ChatGPT has been my favorite so far. Like I said, I tried Black Box AI and it was misbehaving, or it was doing stuff I didn't like. It was returning me strange responses. Now that is one thing. ChatGPT doesn't color code your stuff. Like it has a little bit in here, but it's mostly just white with a few colors, you know, a few different things. Oh, well, I guess it didn't color code the first one, but it is putting some in here. It's not like in sync with any application you're using. Copy and pasted it in a blank Razor file. Yeah, that's true. I probably could do that. And it usually does because the application's pretty good at formatting stuff. But see, this one didn't do any of that weird stuff. But it's totally different. Look how much, this looks simpler. Or whatever ChatGPT returned, it did it nicer. Oh, it doesn't have my secondary question either. Or I told it to put it in a cookie instead. But, yeah, this just seems cleaner. Whatever. If this solution is equal to what Claude just did, I like this one better. Because Claude gave me a whole bunch of junk. This one just kind of gets to the point. All right, so I'm going to implement. Let's implement. Time to get to You know, I use Copilot as well. I like Copilot. It just seems to be, it doesn't format as nicely. I think that's really the main difference to me. Copilot uses ChatGPT on the back end, right? I mean, it is ChatGPT with a Microsoft, cap cover. Um, and Copilot, I use it quite a bit, but I just found that ChatGPT seems to be cleaner. And sometimes I'll go use Copilot when my ChatGPT limit is up because I'm not paying for ChatGPT. And every now and then I ask too many questions and it'll say, you have to wait 30 minutes. So I'll go use one of the other AIs, and sometimes that's Copilot. I use Copilot a lot for my day-to-day questions. If I just need, because it's quicker, just push the Copilot button, it pops up, you ask it questions. But I do note that it doesn't format as nicely. Maybe not quite as much descriptions as to how it works. I mean, it does do it, but I feel like maybe it's not as verbose. But I found that the responses are almost the same because it is still ChatGPT. Maybe it's because it's using 3.0 and ChatGPT uses 4.0 up until you hit your limit, which I don't know. I don't even. I still ask it questions after I hit my limit. It says it just uses a different version of ChatGPT, and I don't know if how much my quality is degraded at that point. But I don't know. So far, so good. I'm not getting. I gotta start typing here. All right. So, edit form model. Let's see. We got my code. Let's see how it changes. Because really, I think I'm just going to. I'm just going to replace a lot of my junk. Because I'm going to use ChatGPT's answer. I like it better. No. Well, again, this is my own personal thing, so it's just about me trying to learn this junk, right? I do like this input model thing. Does this put that in here? It's login model, but I think it's the same idea. String empty, required. So I'm going to keep that. Let's just go with this one. But yeah, you're not stopping me, man. Don't worry about it. That's part of the streaming process, right? And besides, you're giving me good information, man. You're helping me learn. So you're not you're by no means the cause of my problems. If I glean one useful thing from you, then it's all worth it. And so far, I have. What did I just do? Didn't like something I did. I just put in the code piece. Didn't like it. The name input does not exist. Oh, is that the problem? Well, it's probably because I haven't put it in yet. Slow down there, buddy. Lighten up, man. Oh, it's calling it the login model. Maybe I should just change that to input model. Input model, yeah. There is quite a bit more stuff going on here. Supply parameters from form. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to keep some of what I have. Appreciate it, man. All subs are welcome, and I appreciate your help. You gave me a little bit of information I didn't have, so thank you. You have a good one, and don't work too hard, man. But work hard enough so you're still working, because it sucks not to be working. Okay. Let's see here. We're gonna go. So it's using login model. I'm using something similar, input model. which is fine. Task handle submit. I'm going to just take the handle submit piece. That's all I want. And then we're just going to go right here. Handle valid submit. Handle valid submit. Is that what it's called? Huh. Okay. All right, so we're going to get rid of this. Now, some of these things I may not use yet, but I'm thinking supply parameter from query. We're going to call this login model. It's going to be input model. Your auth API. Oh, wow, really? That's calling my auth API already? Right here, of all places? I don't know if I like that. All right, how do I pull it from secrets? I'm going to put it in my secrets. Because I don't want to have this here. I don't like it there. With my React app, I put it in my env. So I got to put this in my secrets here. So I have this. And, oh, that's the Superbase app. Wrong app. I'm going to go back to here. So I have my, I'm going to need both of these items here. I mean, they're obviously not going to be the same name, but they got to go in my secrets folder. All right, so post as JSON async. But I need to pull, I'll put in my secrets. So we're going to go to secrets, app, manage user secrets. That's SendGrid key. Oh yeah, SendGrid for emails. I may have to. I'm going to use that. I did set it up, I think. But we're going to call this one AMG authorize or URL, which is fine. I mean, it's not really a secret. I just don't want to have hard-coded stuff, you know? Hard-coded stuff in various places of my code, I don't like it. I want to just be able to reference it, and then if I have a hard-coded, like, global variable kind of thing, that's really what this amounts to, right? I'm using it as a global variable that can't be easily read. It just makes me feel better. And I don't know if this is the best way to do this. There may be a better way, but where else would you put it? If it's not going to go in here, it's got to go somewhere, right? Whoa. Whoa. Put some extra junk in there. What the heck? Right. And we're going to go. All right. So I got my things in here. Now I'm not 100% sure. How did it go? How do I get my configuration from here? And how do I did do it once. Pulling a piece from configuration. Oops. All right, so let's see, app, new program, demo razor. Power conversion builder configuration. Using web extensions. What is this? New program.cs. Oh, this is the one I was. That's not what I want. Nope. Is it this one? Configuration, .get value. There's no. Wait. Current ladder has current count competitors. Oh, that was that little thing I was playing with. Do I not have it anymore? Darn it. There was a. Was it here? No, because this is the program. I don't want it. How do I get to my configuration? Builder.configuration. Okay, I need to figure out how to get there. Shoot. Okay, so can I ask a question without it breaking anything? How do I... All right, let's just ask the question. How do I set the API URL to a secret and apply that to this code instead? And a lot of it I know, but I don't remember how it's going to... oh, app setting for JSON. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Storing app setting JSON. Yeah. Base URL. Yeah. Find the computer program CS startup. Create a class to represent the setting. Really? Using environment variables. One of the following approaches. I guess I could do that. That probably works. Then I could just go. Which one's better? Let's see. Set the API URL and environment variable. Ignore the API base URL. Modify program CS to read the URL from the environment variables. Using Azure Key Vault. Optional for cloud environments. I'm not going to use Key Vault. I mean, I do plan to put this in the cloud, but not right now. Applying to your code. Oh, that's applying to my code. So that's storing it. I think I like the first one. I think this is what I'm thinking of. App settings. And we'll do my base URL, which is basically what I did. And I might... That actually might work good because I'm going to need my secret in there too. So I'll use that as... I'll use that as my option here. And then I can get the secret off of there additionally. That might be more clean than the approach I've got here. So, and then we will go put my URL. I'll just put that puppy in there. And we're going to say good secret. Oops. Secret. I don't know how to spell, man. I sort of don't know how to, see, either I don't know how to spell or I don't know how to type because I am messing them both up. Okay. We're going to go here. And then we'll pop this puppy in there. And we'll be good. Okay. That works. Bind the configuration to program.cs. So program.cs is going to pull this information. Interesting. And then public, and then create a class to represent the setting. So we're going to public class API settings. So if I basically I have to put this in my program.cs. Go to program.cs. And where would I put that? Let's see. Well, it's not going to be on the app, so let's just put it under add Razor components, I guess. And now let's put under add Razor pages. All right, so I got to go create API settings. So what would that be? What would I call that to see it? Let's see here. Where would I put that? Under shared, maybe? Data? Put that under data, migrations. No, that one under migrations. I know what that is. That's when I created my database. Services. No. It's not a component though, right? I mean, that's just a create a class, just a regular old class. But where do I want to put this class? We're going to go with services. Components? Maybe it is just a component thing, but these are all Razor pages. There's no C# pages in here. I don't think that would be a Razor page. Razor pages are for components, right? Well, no, I guess not. They have layout here, and they have app Razor and routes Razor. I guess there really aren't that many straight up C#. I mean, there are some straight C# right here. Endpoint, no email sender, identity redirect. So do I just put it there? All right, let's see how it implements it. Let's see how it implements it, because that might be a key to my applying your code, app settings, JSON, configure HTTP client in program.cs. All right, I already have that. Builder services, add scope, HTTP client. That's weird. They're using HTTP client to read JSON, huh? Because I'm using HTTP client. It showed me earlier. I left it in here because I know that that's URI app settings at base URL. Access the HTTP client in the login.razor component. Ah, see, that's what I wanted to do. That's the whole gist of where I was going with this, man. Post as JSON async API /login. And at some point they must actually say what API is, because API is not being identified as anything here. Set required services, API settings of base URL, base address equals new URI. All right, how is it doing that? There is a piece here I am missing. HTTP. But how does... Okay. I'm confused. Because it's doing this HTTP client thing. So I got login.razor here. So it's got HTTP, which I haven't called. What the? Okay, I don't know what I did here. I somehow got things to pop up I didn't want. Okay. HTTP client. So we got it set up as HTTP, which I haven't injected this. That's probably why it's missing. But how does it know? What is this API login thing? Because even the setup is API settings, and it's base URL. It's got to be setting a variable somewhere, right? Navigation, unsubmit, email, password, password ID, submit. Login model, handle login. Okay. This way the API URL is kept secure and can easily be changed without modifying the code directly. That's exactly what I wanted. But that... How is this accessing? It's because it's in the client, but how does... That's really weird. How does it know that? I mean, there's nothing here calling it API. I don't have any reference to just the term API. So it's API/login, but where's the definition that's calling it that? Because it's a API settings. There's no API configuration setting, API settings, add scope, API settings value, HTTP base address, API settings.base URL. And yeah, I'm injecting, but at what point does it know it's called API? Because there is no reference to anything that says API. Even up here when I'm creating this, oh, that's environment variables, but we got API settings, and this is just API settings base URL, and it's not calling base URL, it's not calling anything. So it's calling, this is calling base URL to get this, which is fine, but nowhere in here does it ever call it API. But yeah, down here it says API /API/login. Is that just assuming I'm going to put it there? Huh. Right, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to ask it a question because I don't understand. How is it doing this? Where is API defined in the string API/login from the code above? Base address configuration. When you set up the HTTP client in Program CS or Startup CS, you configure its base address to the root URL of your API, which might look something like, yeah, I know, I already got that part, thank you. Relative URL and post as JSON async. When you call HTTPC post as JSON, oh, HTTP combines the base address with API login. Oh, okay. So that's just what comes after the base address, which you're going to define in advance. Okay, okay. So that's if it's API login, which it may very well be. I can't remember. I'll have to go look. Well, the address is actually shown on here, so let's go look. It is actually called API auth login. So I would put API auth login in that space. Got it. So I go here. It's delete API /API / nope. API /auth /login. Got it. Got it. And it could be that my input model is not going to work. It's complaining about this. It's not valid in the given context. Login is a type, which is not valid in the given context. What's the expected context? Well, I got to inject HTTP up here because that is not going to work until I do. All right, so we at least have that valid. Still not liking it, but at least I can see what it is complaining about. JSON related options, no. 5 overloads. Sheesh. Returns. 3 of 6. Well, let's see. String, comma, t value. What the heck is t value? Input model. Still doesn't like it. It's a type, which is not valid in the given context. What did they want to call it? Login model? Private sealed class. Public class. I don't know why it would matter if it's public or not, but why is input model a type? Supply parameter from form. Probably could still say required. I don't understand why that matters. I wonder if it means I can just change this to It's all about learning, man. All about understanding what it is exactly I'm dealing with here. But it did explain to me what was going on, which, by the way, won't work until I actually get all those set up. But I still am not sure why. Private input model. Input. Oh, okay. So I set it up as this guy, get set new. And it doesn't like it. They have a get set string.empty, which is just what I have. I mean, it's string.empty. It's the same exact thing, email password, except I also have a remember me option. But what I don't, I have to figure out how I could implement the remember me. What would remember me do? A remember me would probably just extend the life of the cookie? Isn't that what a remember me option is? I mean, it's just a long cookie, right? One that sticks around for more than an hour. When you come back, you're still logged in. I would think that's all a remember me is. But I guess it could be something a little more complex, like you store the identity of the machine they're on. That'd be interesting, huh? You store the identity of the machine, and so when they come back, it would pass the machine identity in and get back like an auto login kind of thing. Is that a thing? Is that possible? Like, I don't know. Like, machines often have like a GUID or something that you can identify. Of course, that changes, right? That can be changed. I know this because my kids are younger. I used to be able to lock out their computer by using the what do they call it, the machine identifier, whatever it is, and from the internet whenever they needed to be grounded or restricted. so I put it in my network, and I would block out that computer, and it would block out their what, I forgot what it's called, the machine ID, whatever it is. And it turns out one of my sons was smart enough. I mean, he was a teenager, smart enough to figure out how to disable that, or because he would change his ID on his computer, and of course that would allow him back through the internet because it was no longer blocking that ID. I was like, oh, you little turd. He figured out what I was doing. He probably Googled it, and it said, hey, how do I do that? How do I, get around this? And it says, well, change your computer network ID. And it's like, told him how to do it, and voila, he was getting around, and that was irritating as heck. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out what's different. Why does it like login model with using this setup versus not this? It doesn't like. Is it because I'm using data types in here? It doesn't like the data types? Because this one doesn't set data types. It may not be valid. I like the data types, but let's see what happens. If that's all it is, it's a type email address. I bet you that's probably not allowed either. Input model is a type which is not valid in the given context. What? What? No, it's not. It's not. Where am I setting it as a type? It just says private sealed class. The only difference is the... Alright, what if I take the sealed out? I mean, why does it matter if it's public or private? Private just means it stays in the local scope. Private login model. The only difference is I can't pass the get set. That's weird, but okay, let's try this. Yeah. We can get rid of this. Do I have to actually say what it is too? Why do I have to do that? Because if it says input, why do I have to say that? Login model. I feel like that's the exact same thing. Oh, sorry, input model. Never mind. Input model. Components.account.pages.login.input model. But it doesn't like it. Login.input model is a type. Why is it a type? Indicates that the value of the associated property should be supplied from the form data for the form with the specified name. Attribute supply parameter from form is not valid on the declaration page. It is only valid on property and indexer declaration. Interesting. I like this setup better because it locks down the types of the files of the strings. I bet you if I take this off, it works. Nope. Private. Input model. Input. Oh. 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 All right. Go. All right. Let me try something else. Before I start deleting everything and changing everything, let's not be dumb. Let's try not being dumb. Let's see if that works. Let's try this. Huh. Gotta laugh sometimes, man. Sometimes I'm delusional. I jump off the tracks in my own little world of not understanding what I'm doing. This is what happens when you try to put your code into somebody else's code, and then you're like, oh, my code is not working. Your code doesn't work, buddy. Oh, wait, it's my code that's not working because I don't know I don't know what I'm doing. Uh-oh. Somebody broke when I did that. Why? All right, well, let's just do the opposite then. I can't see where it's Navigation Manager, but one of these other things must be using it. So, oh, there is Navigation Manager. That's right, I can put Navigation Manager down here. Not a big deal. It's just different words. I didn't know it was being used somewhere else, but now I know. Okay, so I think I have it all being used correctly now. So now, I don't know what it's going to do with Remember Me, because I have it going in there. Oh yeah, I got to create this class. API settings here. I don't even know where I'm going to put this. Where should I put this thing? Where's a good place to put that piece? I mean, I could just throw it at the bottom. Seems kind of silly though. I feel like I need to have that in a place that would be grouped together well with something else, like other I don't know, app settings. Blah, 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 blah. Application user. Oh, I see. How about something like right here? database context, application user. This will probably work. Did I just stick it in here? I don't see any reason why not. What is this called? It's called application user. All right, let's create a new file. I just don't like files that just have one little thing. I know. I think that's probably the point of the world, right? I mean, they like to keep things simple, keep them down to. Maybe if I have other API settings, I can put that in here. But for now, API settings. And we'll just go here, and then we'll just public class API settings. Whoa. That was weird. Okay. Public class API settings, and done. That's all there is to it. Why doesn't it like it though? Non-nullable property-based variable must contain a non-null value and existing constructor. Consider declaring the property as nullable. No, it's not supposed to be nullable. It's got to be it's got to be a valid value. If it's not, things aren't going to work. So I don't want to make it nullable. If it doesn't have a value, then things are going to blow up. But they want them to blow up because things got to be caught. Okay, so how are we doing? Is everybody happy? Are we happy? Why isn't that working? The type or namespace API could not be found. Wait, I just created it. All right, I gotta be right back. Okay, back to it. Back to it. So I think we're almost ready to test. I just got to figure out why my app settings is not showing up. API settings, because I did declare it. It's in the namespace. Options. So I have API settings. It's in the same area. I'd imagine we have to have it inside of the namespace. Or maybe I actually have to put that in there. No, would that be right? That would mean... All right. Did I actually call this UNL? Is my app still called UNL? Oh, it's supposed to be UCL. Trust me, it's just a thing. But let's take this. So, how? Do I have to say? Maybe I have to just input or use this. UNL. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Using. Oops. No. Put the U. Put in the U, man. There we go. We're good. Still don't like something though, because it's the API settings there, but here it says I options. Could not be found. Are you missing a directive? Probably. What is I options? As in, what do I need for my CS, startup CS, ensure each class compared. I forgot to say put this in a cookie. I don't think it's not storing it in a cookie already. What is it storing it in? Or is it storing it in? It's storing it in local storage as well, isn't it? Yeah, HTTP only cookie. To store the put bearer token in an HTTP only cookie. It's actually different. It is different. So I gotta take this guy, copy it, and go back over to my login page. And this is going to be a little bit more complex, but not much more, a little bit more. And they also put this guy in here now. New injection. Hi, HTTP context accessor. Huh. What is my handle valid submit? Probably doesn't need to be called that. Wait. Is there a declaration of this somewhere, or why is this still blown up? Returns null if there's no active dereference of a possible null reference. Oh yeah, I gotta put this back in as manager. But dereference of a possible null reference. What is a dereference of a possible null reference? Response cookie. That's the name of the cookie. It should be only true, secure true, expires. Expiration is already provided in the cookie. Probably not much of a difference. Probably just took that line out. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was just checking. But the cookie's already got a expiration on it. I don't see, but I am getting a thing with I don't know if that matters, but I'm wondering what would this, how would this thing handle this error? I'm just thinking ignore it, but getting possible null reference with this line. Oh, so they're just saying check it then, if that's what it is. I feel like you should get errors, but you know, I guess it's probably better to handle it nicely. So they're just putting it in this little if response dot successor status code. Nope. Where are they checking it then? Oh, this guy. I don't know why it would be, but if it is, we'll be ready for it, I guess. For cookie options. And then we'll just, and yeah, they put that over there. Yeah, that's a little cleaner, I suppose. Now they can't complain that my thing is not going to be clean. So they're just doing a check for it. If response equals not equal null. So they're going to allow for a null reference, but we only want to go in here if it isn't null. So they are doing a null reference check, but that's a good idea, I guess. It's one way to do it. All right, so this one, why is this showing up as not high options? Okay, so I'm obviously missing a reference of some kind. I don't know which one, because it doesn't show me the missing I options reference up here. So it must be a library or something I don't have. Probably system, because I took system out, which probably shouldn't have done. I was cleaning out junk and it probably didn't like it. Because system is like a default, like most of your codes are going to probably have system usage. Yeah, oh, it's extensions, options. Oh, no, not system. Okay, so everything's compiling now. We should be getting back our cookie. So fixing that. No check. That's my taking care of that. Cookie options. Object only contains the necessary cookies. HTTP only secure, leaving out the expires. Secure flag ensures the cookie is only transmitted. All right, so we got that. What else did I miss? Retrieve token for authorization. So we did that. But my cookie, to use a token stored in HTTP only cookie for something, you will need to, because my cookie is called UCL_AU token. That's just because that's what I want to call it. It's the same one. I call it the same thing on my other app. Now, I'm not sure if there's going to be a conflict with that. Do cookies have to be unique names? That'll be interesting. If I try to log in on both apps, will it? How about token 2? Let's call it ACLUE token 2. Just because it might. Oops. Oh, this is program.cs. I didn't even know that was on here twice. Builder.configuration get section. Huh. What is Druid token? Okay. What do they think in that set? Because this is like. Oh, did I miss a piece? To use the Druid token, an HTTP only cookie, for subsequent API requests, you will need to retrieve it server side and add it to the authorization header when making API calls. This might involve setting up middleware or handling it in a specific request. For example, if you have an API controller that makes a call to another API, you would retrieve the token like this. HTTPS ensures that your site uses HTTPS secure the token in transit. Cookie settings. Consider other cookie options like same site and secure to enhance security. This approach securely Druid token in the HTTP only cookie, protecting it from JavaScript access while allowing you to use it for API calls in your Blazor DotNet web application. That's all fine and good, but retrieve the token for others and to use the Druid token stored for how do I use the Druid token, Druid bearer token, as mentioned above, when the token has multiple values and is encoded with a secret, with a key. Multiple values claims and is encoded with a secret key. You can use it to authorization. Web key points. Druid structure. Druid consists of 3 parts. Header verification. You need to verify the Druid signature using the same secret key to ensure that the token hasn't been tampered with. The token's payload contains multiple values such as user ID, roles, expiration. Steps to use the Druid bearer token. Decode and validate the Druid. Steps to handle and use the Druid bearer token. When dealing with a Druid bearer token that has multiple claims values and is encoded with secret key, you'll typically need to decode the token, validate the token, use the Druid token for authentication in your requests. Yes. Yes, exactly. Isn't that what the first one just said? It handles this in your Blazor.net web application, focusing on validating and using the token. You need to verify the Druid signature using the same secret. Yeah, that's what I plan to do. Claims the token's payload and contains multiple values, such as user ID, roles, and expression. Steps to use the Druid bearer token. Steps to handle and use the Druid bearer token. Decode the Druid token. Decode and validate the Druid. I don't know how these are different. I feel like they're doing what I feel like they're saying the same thing and doing it two different ways. But all right, so we got to decode and validate the Druid. You can use the library like identity tokens.druid. The following steps will guide you through validating and using the claims in your Blazor .NET Web 8 application. To decode a Druid token in .NET, you need to use a library like same thing. This allows you to read the claims. I feel like this one is specifically calling out .NET Web, .NET 8 web application more than this one is. This one's just saying in your web application, but it doesn't really ever say .NET 8. So this must be a .NET 8 specific solution. So yeah, we're gonna go with this one. I think I probably have this, but I won't know for sure until I actually try to put this in. So we're gonna go into the program.cs. We're gonna go, let's see, what am I missing? We got system.text, identity model. Oops. Right. Copy. Just take this out for now. Yep, and then we're gonna go builder, web application.create builder, and then we got encode your secret key, which we're gonna do. It's configuration. Solutions, got my secrets, which is actually just this guy, which is settings.json or whatever it is. It's way down here. Or not? Wait, what? Wait, isn't the app settings.json the same thing as your secrets? I thought it was. Apparently not. I thought they were using the same file. One was just a different way to handle it, but I guess not. They're two different things. Okay. And I'm using secrets, so we're gonna go back in here. Interesting. Okay, so however this is calling API settings, which is this guy. API settings is no. Equals new URI. Is a user it's builder.configuration at get settings. Okay. I am storing the secret key in secrets.json. So yeah, and I got that. Oh, it's builder.configuration. All right, so they're going to pull it from here. It is builder.configuration. It's weird because it's like you can configuration can pull from app settings as well as secrets. That's why it was confusing me. Normally I would have used builder.configuration right out the gate, but then I was like, oh wait a minute, it's pulling pulling from app settings. It must be able to pull from there too, which is weird, but okay. Oh, and then they're going to encode the key, which is interesting too. Okay. All right, so we're going to go, yeah, just put it up here at the var. And I don't, apparently I don't need to do builder because I already have this. And it's going to be API settings because I changed the name. Because it is related to the API, so I said whatever, you know. And it's going to be the Dwit secret. And then we got this guy. Who's what? Secret key may be null here. It better not be null here. But I suppose I could test it. I know there's probably a better way to handle that. How does it recommend handling that? Add, convert, suppress. Really? Could do that. I don't know if I really need to. Huh. Program main. Style program. What is? Oh, internal class program. No, I don't want to do that. No, we're not doing that. Okay, so it's always interesting to see what the suggestions are, but they're not always, you know, not always exactly what I'm looking for. All right, so I got to pick this bearer token bit, put this back, because I did. This is one of those many things I took out way back when. Before I got all my authentication stuff in. Now I'm putting it back, but just putting back what's needed for me to handle what I'm doing. Then we're going to go this guy. And yep. Okay, so we got that. Default is 5 minutes, adjust if needed. Clock skew. Time span .0. Wow, that's, I don't know what that is. So we gotta add authorize in here, builder.services.add authorize. And that's back underneath there as well, I guess, because might as well. And then we have to put these guys back after app build. I don't know what the order of these are, but I'm going to add these first. App Blazor Hub. See, that one has App Blazor Hub. I don't know what this App Blazor Hub thing is, but they keep showing me that, and I don't have that on mine. So I don't know what mine is doing that's different, but do I want this above or below? I don't know. I don't know, let's just put it in the same place I put it. It's probably not. There are things that matter in order because it's like anti-forgery had to go after routing. So I don't know. I don't know what Blazor Hub or Blazor back to map fallback to page is. I don't know what those are. I guess I have to do some looking, but for now, I'm not going to put it in. Because they weren't in the original code. I mean, why? If the original code didn't ask for it, why would the new code? I mean, something about ChatGPT is telling me to put that in, but okay. So if you ever need to access the secret key within your components or services, though this is rare and typically not recommended, you can inject iConfiguration, which I have done and I have needed to do. They're showing you how to do it here. What was it I needed to get? Oh yeah, my SendGrid key. I needed to do that when I was trying to do the SendGrid part. I had SendGrid key hidden, but in order to do the SendGrid part, I needed to do it in the code I was in. And so I had to go get it somehow. So I didn't know how to do it. And I did this. But theoretically, if my code for that even exists still in here, I will probably have to do that again later. And I'll figure it out later, but I do have to inject it. So it's good to know, and hopefully good to remember, inject iConfiguration, and then I can reference it using the configuration object. So I do like that, but yeah, don't need it yet. So like my code here, you can see has map group. And I don't know what that means. Oh, it's because I was using an API auth. I think it allows you to put a bunch of pages together, and then you only have to reference the last part. You map them all together as one set, so you can just say, you know, go to the last part. You don't have to say go to API auth blah blah blah. You could just say blah. I think, if I remember, but I probably don't. I'd have to look. Do some more referencing on that. Okay, so I got the secrets in place. I got that guy reference. I got it put into my program.cs. I got my super secret key in place. This allows you just to put it in .NET user secret set, which would have worked too, but I just did it my way. I did it my way. I'm thinking from a cookie or local storage, return code, retrieve token. I'm thinking, so if I get it all, how do I, all right, so let's say my login is going to go, just kind of read through this a little bit. So we're going to go here. It's going to go off login. We're going to say if success, we're going to do something, something, something. I should probably log it, put a logger in. Let's put a logger piece of something in there. Now, it's not console.log, right? I mean, what is the, is it, it's logger, right? iLogger.log, something like that. Let's see. iLogger.log. Nope. iLogger. Wait a minute. How do you do this? I haven't tried to log with logger yet, but I had code in that was doing that at one time, and I don't remember where it is. All right. Oh, what is? Oh, that's me. Inject. Oh, it's logger. All right. Well, does it come back as logger? Oh, it is logger. What am I doing, man? No kidding. For some reason, I keep trying to think that the declare is the item I'm looking at. Yeah, it is .log. Okay. We'll just say login worked. And then we go end exclamation, oops, shift home. Oh. And we're going to go down here and we're going to say token saved to cookie. Wait, what? It's not logger.log, what? Writes a log entry. There is no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter event ID of iLogger. Wait. Okay, so I thought logger was just of iLogger. State, log level, event ID, tstate, exception, func, exception. Okay, I'm totally doing this wrong. Wait. Fine. How do you log? I thought it was. Alright, how to use iLogger. God. Oh boy. I feel like I should that should be obvious, right? Oh. So it's logger.log information. I don't care about the rest. I mean, right now, I might want to information. I presume this is going to go to the console.log, but messages from your application as part of Microsoft logging namespace and allow you to log messages at different levels and to different outputs, e.g. console, file, etc. Oh, okay. So what do I need to do to make it go to console? You can inject iLogger in a Blazor Server application, for example, Blazor component. iLogger example component, logger, blah, blah, blah. In this example, the iLogger injected, where T is the type of the class. In this case, it's example component. If you're using iLogger, logger warning to log messages at different severity levels, logging in services. If you're logging from a service, inject iLogger. You can configure logging parameters by default. Core configures a console logger. You can configure additional logging provides parameters such as logging in app.json or programmatically. You can log into app.json, app settings.json. app.use async context next var logger equals app services that get required service program logger.information handle request context dot request a path await next finished handling request. The following logging levels are available in ASP.NET Trace, debug, information warning. Oh. Wait, do I already have that on here? I feel like I kept the logging stuff on my program.cs. There was something logged in, logger thing. Use logging. App.use. Finish handling request, handling request. Here's an example of adding a simple console logger. .use async context next. var logger equals app services Oh wait, next and invoke logger. You've hit your free plan for ChatGPT. This is a debug log. This is information log. Debug information logs that track the general flow of application. Injection. Inject iLogger T into your component or services to log messages. Use the various log levels to log messages appropriately. So maybe, well, long-term value. Well, kind of sort of good, right? I mean, I don't know. Does it have long-term value? I mean, it's like, I could see like if you want like a trace level log for, like I said, for developing, like you want it to give certain things that you may always want, but you don't want it to log things like an ID or something. You only do that when you're doing a trace logging. But how do you do that? You know? Usage. Use the various log levels. Configuration. Configure logging provides a program CS wrap settings JSON. Configure logging providers in program. This approach, I don't understand. Okay, so if I do this and it says logger equals, how am I referencing it? Is that my iLogger still being called for this thing and it just works? If I put this over here, use logging builder. Maybe I just need to put all this in. Clear providers, logging.add console. Oh, add console. That might be the key there. All right, let's do this. I could have swore I had logging something or other still in here from before. Huh. Apparently not. Logging.clear providers. Builder.logging.add console. Add console logging. So I guess it just means if you're using logging, it's going to go to the console as well. That's all I'm thinking. And then add logging, use logging. For logger, require services program, logger.log information, handling request, await, next invoke, logger.information, finishing handling request. Actually, I don't need this. This is just a piece that's showing you how to use it. I'm not going to do that. I feel like my piece over there will do that just fine. So let's save that. Let's go back to my login. My login says we got logger.log information, which probably isn't necessary long term, but we'll put it in for now. Less detailed logs for debugging purposes. I'm just putting in this text because I want to see it say it did it for the moment. And then when I see that it said it did it, I'll be good. I could just say user logged in. Let's try that. This, if it's there, this will give me a user logged in. Token saved a cookie. Should token saved a cookie. All right. And this is supposed to be, and again, I don't like this environment variables. Where do I set up environment variables at? in Blazor .NET 8 web application, where do I set up environment variables, and then how do I access them? Oh, you do put those in the app settings. Oh, so those are app settings is your environment variables. Huh. So is that the difference between secrets and your environment variables? So app settings is, because it doesn't like call them environment variables. It just calls them app settings.json. So if I want something, I would just put them in. Okay, so they're going to be here, which essentially is the same. Accessing them equals in Docker command line. I'm getting all kinds of different ways to make those up. Bash export my setting equals. Huh. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to have the token name. I don't, again, if it's being called in multiple places, I don't like having, I feel like I don't like it. Druid. Shared token name. And we will call it AU, or no, UCL AU underscore token 2. I'm calling it token 2 just because if I look at a list of cookies, somehow I can look at all the cookies on my system. If I see token, I'll know it's from my React application. If I see token 2, I'll know it's from my Blazor application. Now, ultimately, I want to get these both working and running and doing what they do, but one of them is going to have to become the application, right? I mean, kind of silly to have two applications do the same thing. Deploy them in two different places. Now, that just means you have two code bases to manage. That would suck, huh? have it be somebody. I'll have a team of people working on React, a team of people working on Blazor, and then I have them switch so that they can work on both. You know, and just have both applications. They both work off the same database, same code. They both load and do both. You know, here's one of my dreams. One of my dreams. This is like if I suddenly am rich, suddenly have $10 million, $100 million. I win the mega Powerball. You know, I want to be able to create a business that does something that actually tries to make money. But making money is not its priority. Yes, I know, isn't that something? My goal would be to hire people in temp jobs that get them from job to job to job. And while they're in the job, they're learning new skills, right? So like if I were to create two functional applications that are exactly the same, but they're one's written in Blazor and one's written in React, I would literally have those people kind of work with, edit, update, tweak one site, and we try to make them as close to identical as possible. And every 3 to 6 months, we swap them out. They have to have all the same settings, but as soon as one matches the other, we say, okay, we have to do, you know, we're going to try to do some additional updates, swap them out, and start working on the React one. And then when that one's done, it's got all the new updates, it's got some new setups, new cool things, swap it out and start making updates to the other one. This will allow me to add new features, be kind of cool. It'll look pretty close to identical. Users might see some slight variations in layouts and changes, but ultimately they're the same. And maybe each 6 months or whatever, we purposefully change it so it doesn't look like we went back to the old system, but we put some UI alterations, maybe change the colors and slight stuff, allow our users to learn how to do that stuff in that code base, and while at the same time just kind of becoming skilled at other skills. Now the job would be a temp job in that we only would maybe provide work for them, but we're also going to provide for them job. We're going to help them find jobs. We're going to find people that their sole purpose, I'm going to hire people that their sole purpose is to find jobs for all of our temp workers. If they can find a job for them in a week, great. If you find a job for them in 6 months, great. If you find a job for them a year, but we can't keep them on forever. So we like try to get them on to a new job within a year. Basically, we act as headhunters, or we will have these professionals who will help work with their resume, work with their LinkedIn profiles, try to implement all of the necessary. You're basically hiring people whose job is to get our people new jobs. we're gonna cycle people, and we don't care because that's the purpose of the job. Yes, we want to get our thing going, and that's why we try to keep them as long as we can, but hopefully we have a few people that are longer, and maybe we have a base core set of senior people who we just keep on as our full-time employees, but everybody else is just like rotating workers, and our job is to teach them, help educate them into new skills, and get them so that they're ready to go to another job. Make them ready to leave us. Most companies don't like that. They're not like hiring people to make them leave. But we want to, if it's, we start them off at whatever a reasonable rate is for that job. If they're there long enough, 6 months, maybe we give them a raise. Or if they're there for a year, maybe we give them a raise for a short time. But a year to 2 years would be the max anybody's working for us. I mean, their job would come to an end. Now our goal is to get them a job. So, I mean, hopefully in 2 years you can get somebody a job. But they'll be getting paid more than unemployment, and they'll be doing work for us, and we'll be using how they work for us we'll be their references, we'll be their mentors as much as possible. And, it's only going to be for the people who want it, though. I mean, there are obviously going to be people that were like, okay, it sounds like you don't really want this job. You don't really want to get another job because you're not contributing, that kind of thing. It's kind of like we want to help people get through work. And even if it's all set up as remote, we got to see that these people are putting in, what kind of worker are they? And that'll be our effort to help find them work. We don't care. We'll hire people that are, motivated to learn and to grab onto these new pieces of things. And we're not going to take them from 0 to 60, but we might take them from 30 to 60. If they have basic understanding of like me, hire me because people like me exist where they have a lot of old technology code and skill. They want to work, but they're having trouble finding new technology work because nobody wants to hire somebody with 0 experience in the new technologies, but they were stuck at a company learning old technologies or mastering old technologies, and now they need to come up to speed. Well, they can come work for us, and we'll help them transition and get the skills they need. And a lot of companies want you to have work experience, so that's why I'm saying they might have 1 or 2 years working with us, and then they'll be able to go to another company and say, I have 2 years of this because I was working on this for 2 years. And hopefully people will be able to come to a point where they're able to understand that. Maybe we help people get some certifications that they need. We can't hire a food service worker and expect them to do that unless, of course, we're trying to help train them for food service. Maybe we have a cafeteria at our company and we want to train them how to cook and service and provide. I don't know. I mean, learn how to be a host. Or just depending on what they want to do, that might be a lower salary range, but that would be the point of our company, to help train people so they can get work other places. Find out what they want to do with their lives. Maybe they're already a good programmer, but they would like to be able to do something else. Like maybe they want to go into leadership or management. Well, maybe we help train them to do that because they've got skills that are just not allowing them to advance because the world says, hey, we need people with experience. And it's all about giving them experience at something that maybe they're ready for. They just haven't had the chance at their other companies, and now they're kind of stuck. Technology is tough. Technology is a tough environment, world to be in. And it'd be cool if such a company was out there. You know, one of the other things I think somebody needs to come up with is, we know for a fact that if you're out there looking for a job, many of these companies are using third-party resume scanners, reviews, where they go through and they read through, they find, okay, give us all the people who are the top candidates, right? So they filter them all out and say, okay, here's 5 people that meet your top candidates. But that's it. That's great for the employer, bad for the employee, right? For the guy looking for work. Because he doesn't even know why he was rejected. What happened? What was he missing from his application? Did they want a cover letter? A lot of companies don't care about cover letters, but some do. And some might put them as high priority. So when they say, here's the 5 things we really want to see, and maybe they just say, you know, you only had 1 item that we needed, and we found, multiple applicants that had more. Because I think a lot of these companies want like 20 different things, but they probably don't find a lot of applicants with all 20. You know, the same amount of experience, same amount of everything. It's hard to compete against people changing jobs. If you've already got 20 of these applications and now you just want to switch around and you're just competing against everybody, and you've got it and you're just switching jobs and taking everybody's job. Now, theoretically, you'd go back, right? Somebody else will just come in behind you at your old job. Maybe, if your old job actually wants you, or they didn't just lay you off or say, hey, you need to move on. So it's tough to compete sometimes against people who are already, the top developers are just shifting companies and trying to get hired positions, and you're just underneath them, and you're not moving anywhere. I could be wrong, maybe that's not actually a scenario, but I feel like it is. All right, so what does it say I need to do? Accessing. So it is using Microsoft Extensions configuration. Is there a way to my setting, my service? You can also access environment variables and programs to configure services or the application itself. And Blazor WebAssembly. Blazor WebAssembly apps run in the browser, so they can't directly access environment variables from the server. Instead, you can usually pass configuration settings through root appsettings.json or use JavaScript interrupt to set values. Here's how you can use appsettings.json and Blazor WebAssembly. Then in program.cs. Here's an example of how to access an environment variable in your Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor Server app. So if I want to have that, I need to go up here and I say using Microsoft Extensions configuration. Oh, gotta be home. Why didn't they say at? Now we're gonna go down here. And now we're in our class. Or are we? I guess we're not. We're just in the code here. So it's almost like code is a class, huh? It must be the class for the application. It's complaining that it could be null. Yep. And then we're going to go into our thing and we're going to say high configuration. JW bearer token name. We're just going to go here. We're going to go par token name equals token name equals underscore configuration square bracket and JWT bearer token name, and that's supposed to be inside of quotes, which is going to double quote on me. Oh, it didn't. Okay, it didn't double quote on me. Okay. We're going to go token name. Put it right here. Now, I know the syntactical thing should probably be token name, underscore or lowercase first t. I mean, I could probably not even get this yet. Wait until I'm down here and ready to use it. And what? Possible null reference. Let's go if token name not equal to null. Else logger.log information. How about log error? Because this is bad. log error. No token name set. I mean, it shouldn't happen, but at least I'm checking for the null reference, right? I mean, I have it set, so, you know, unless I spelled something wrong or have invalid token name or something, but ultimately it does work. It does have it set. So, all right, I have that, but I also noticed that program.cs reference it because it uses the same thing up here. Builder, app settings. What is builder.configuration? See, does configuration reference both? Right. Does builder.configuration pull from both secrets.json and app settings.json? Yes. Can pull configuration values from both secrets and app settings. Merge settings from different sources, and the order in which sources are added determines which values take precedence when there are conflicts. Aha! Here's how it generally works. App settings. This file contains default config. App settings.json. This file contains environment specific. For development, it allows you to override or add to the app settings in app settings.json. This file is used to store sensitive data used development, such as API keys and connection strings. It is accessed via the user secrets feature of .NET. Here's how you can set up and access configuration from these sources in program.cs. Builder apps, add JSON file, add user secrets, add environment variables. The order in which sources are added to the configuration builder affects precedence. Values and secrets JSON take precedence over values in app JSON and app settings on environment JSON. Override values in app settings JSON if the environment specific file is loaded. This setting provides a flexible is used during development. Huh. So I have to add. So it's possible it won't even read these things in my secrets if in fact I don't actually add them to my if I don't actually add them to my thing here. So I have to add them to configuration add. By default, app settings JSON, app settings environment, and secrets for developers are included if they are set up correctly. Here's how you can set up and access configuration from these sources in program.cs. So to be clear, I don't have to set them up. So to be clear, I don't have to set them up. I don't have to add them in program.cs unless I want to change the order. Or add additional JSONs. Yes, that is correct. Typically do not need to manually add app settings or secrets unless you want to customize the setup, such as changing the order of sources or adding additional configurations. By default, when you use .NET 8, app settings JSON is automatically included. It is automatically included if the environment is set, e.g. development and production. Secrets is included automatically during development if you use the user secrets feature. I don't know what the user secrets feature is. Oh, I guess that's using user secrets feature of the app. It's not like it's doing something different. It's just automatically in there. Here's a default setup that includes these files without explicit configuration. Configuration, yeah, you don't actually call user secrets. All right, customizing, and then you can customize it with additional ones. Okay, so if I want to add, So I'm actually thinking I like the idea of a development one because in general, production is going to be different from development. I don't know how does the app know if it's development? Am I using like a what triggers? So app.environment isn't development. So if I want to create an app settings dot development, if I want to create an app settings dot development, which I like the idea of that because that's what I'm in, and I'm like right now I have you know, I could almost see using my secrets there, my SandGrid key, my client stuff, all that's in my user secrets, but I could see putting the app settings base URL into an app settings folder and then having one being like a development one. But how does that how do I know when I'm in development? What is the setting? Because I'm just seeing I'm just running it from here. How does it, what is the trigger? How does it know if it's in development? I'm going to put a break here and see if it thinks it's in development right out of the gate. Right? So this should go here and should go right into use WebAssembly debugging. That's what I would think it would do. Okay, so I have this in. I have those guys set. Everybody's pretty set up. This is probably supposed to be a comma. Okay. You can't see when I talk about some of this stuff because I'm not putting my secrets and my JSON on the screen on purpose. So if you see me editing something that's not on screen, it's because I'm editing something that's supposed to be secret. It's been on the screen a couple of times and it's all offline right now and it's all localhost, and so it's not really a thing. But when I start going live and stuff, it's a matter of best practices, keeping the secret stuff off screen. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so I think we're good. Let's click this thing and see what happens. I'm pretty sure it's gonna break because I've been kind of going back and forth on stuff. There's a good chance I missed something because I have all kinds of lines here and I've been asking new questions and it's possible really all I've done so far is have a login page. I'll see, look, oh no, this is just complaining that it's possibly null. I'm not worried about that. Still think it's weird that it doesn't just take, I mean, so what if it's null? If I check for it, who cares? There's a good chance, let's see, I probably have just syntax errors, I would think. Because I have been doing a bunch of stuff and, see, what'd I do? Oh. You know what? I was thinking about changing this anyway. I actually said earlier I want to change this. I don't know what it's doing. It's bouncing all over the place. I don't understand why it doesn't fix that, but it does exist. On-valid submit equals login user, which is what that is. All right, well, what's this one? This one? Email? All right, let's go there. All right, so I wanted to see, we'll go here. It should go down and try to stop here. I want to see if this actually goes into the development one. It does. So there is something that's telling you it's in development. So I should create a secrets that uses the proper local host reference, because I don't actually have a production version running here. I don't know what production version is and how you set production version, but we'll see. All right, so I have login. I don't even know if those are going to work. Oh, wow, complete and total crash and burn. Ugh. Cannot provide a value for property HTTP context accessor on type UNL. There is no registered service of type Microsoft ASP. Oh, okay. I gotta install this. Copy. Stop. Tools. NuGet package manager. Browse. Wait, what? Oh no. What do you mean it's not? What do you mean? How can these always need to be updated? I'm always updating these things. You can't be changing all the time. I guess if you change one, if it goes up one, it's probably, you know, a lot of these are the same package. They're just like subparts of the same package. All right, so what was the error? I got. It was like no valid package for it. All right, so, dude, is it still running? HTTP. All right, let's see. Maybe I just go back to HTTP. Yeah, that's probably that one. The package version is deprecated. Okay. Thing is, it did. Microsoft. Why? I mean, it is there. I mean, it's obviously recognizing it. It's not giving me an error or anything. It tells me what it does. And it blows up. Something about this. Unless there is no registered service of type. Cannot provide a value for property HTTP context accessor. All right, what does it says here? Here's how. Oh, did I not put that in? Oh, I've copied. See, this is probably one of those things I just missed doing. Because I was looking at all the different lines and trying to see what it was actually changing. Because it always gives you like the full blast of code. And it's quite possible I just simply skipped that one. Because I only want to put it in with my code. I added to combine it. And I think sometimes I just missed a line here and there. So that was the problem. which really isn't that big of a deal, right? Can you do a hot swap with a program.cs? No, I guess not. Either that or I did and it doesn't like it still. Because I put in context successor. Now it's possible that I'm still getting an error, but let's see. Something different. It's not blowing up completely. Oh, I haven't hit login yet. All right, so, okay, we still got an error, but we got past that error. Value cannot be null. API settings, .base URL. But I have. It is not null. What nonsense are you referring to? API settings, .base URL. I have API settings, base URL. Oh, so is it not getting set? Am I not setting it? All right. All right, let's go API settings. What did I miss? Get section. I don't know why I have it says get section token name, but that should be API settings. Where's the set is next statement? It says no, we're not doing that. All right, fine, stop. Still might not work. I still don't know how that would be setting that class. I don't know where it's. Kind of interesting that this front runs twice. I didn't even know it did that. Oh, nope, it worked. Okay, so we're here. We are here, so that's a thing. Let's go try and gamer at active. No, at active. No, at romerofamily.com. And then we're gonna go over to my. Let's go get my password, which is somewhere. Copy, paste. I don't even know if Remember Me is going to do anything, so I'm not going to try it. Let's see what this does. Bearer token name. Okay, so object reference not set to an instance of an object. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? What nonsense is this? Configuration. JWT bearer token name. What do you mean it's not set to something? Wait, configuration didn't get set. What? Alright, what am I missing on my configuration crap? Something did not set correctly. Read only in configuration. And we have oh, I did skip a step. But where is that set? Or how do you use that? Because if I set this up like this, it goes my service underscore configuration, and then my setting. It's set, but how is this getting called? Where's my service? Got my setting. Where is something passing it into my service? Oh, is that? Oh, it's the. It's the constructor. Interesting. Okay, so I gotta. How's that gonna work? Because this isn't a class like that, right? This isn't set up like that. I guess I could set it down here. Public skill class, private. So, So do I set that up as a configuration class or a service class or some other thing? Because I want to be able to reference this, but I don't want to have to keep doing this in everywhere that might need to do it. If I do it in two places, I don't want to have this, being set up in two different places. I just want to be able to reference the class. So what if I do something like this? I'll copy. And I'm going to go over to my solution. I'll go to data again. Here's API settings. I should just call this like add class. We're just going to go call it app config get app how about UCL configuration. Sure, call UCL configuration. Why not? Why the bloody not? Okay, so we're going to call it that. It's going to still be under the namespace, except now we got a class and we got a method, and we're going to go. We're just going to put all this in here. Except I probably can't put the using in here. Okay. So, and then we're going to say get setting, and we're going to say string setting name. And we're just going to go like this. All right, lowercase, just to keep everybody happy, keep the code happy. And we're going to go here. And then we're going to get rid of this line because I don't want it. going to say return. And I probably don't even have to say setting because that would be silly. What am I doing wrong? It's not return. Return. It's not return? I thought return was the thing. That's what you have to use in. All right. Sample method that returns value. Oh, hopefully it knows what I'm talking about because I didn't even tell it what world I'm writing in. Just hopefully it's going by the previous, based on previous stuff. Yeah, it is return. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I thought maybe I forgot this. What is the problem here? I don't know what the problem is here. Really? It just moved the dent back? That's not a thing. I don't think that, I don't know why. It's not a thing. I don't know why it did that. I don't know how that's better, but that didn't do anything. It could be because I'm, what does that button do? Your changes resulted in build errors. Well, return keyword must not be followed by an object expression. Oh, is that why I'm doing? That's because I use a void. But it's not task? No. Oh, what is it supposed to return? Of course, it's going to return a string. That's the thing. And that's probably it could be null. Yep, could be null. I don't care if it's null. Send it back as null then. I don't know why. That's kind of weird, you know. Why is this complaining? Oh, am I missing a squiggly? That's weird. Okay. Now is everything good? Everything's good now. Okay. That's weird. How come it says that's not valid even though I have I configuration right there? How is that? Huh. It's not. Maybe I need this line instead? No. Let's create a service that uses HTTP context to retrieve a value from the HTTP context. For instance, you might want to use a custom header or query parameter. It's throwing me off because it says I configuration is right here, but yet then here it says that's not being used. Because it shouldn't be. I have a feeling it's going to complain, but I'm going to leave it. Because I feel like, why is it showing me that it doesn't, it's not valid? Okay, so now we're going to do something different. We're going to say, we already have data here. So data is going to be calling back my UCL configuration. I should be able to go here and say, I shouldn't even need this anymore. And then I'm going to go here, here. I'm going to go, what was it called? It's called my service? Boo! My, I don't know, I don't even like that. UCL configuration. And I think you can do this if I remember correctly. Use the base, use expression body, use primary constructor. Yeah, I like this. I like this better. Just basically puts your thing in here. Just makes it look cleaner, simpler. You don't have to have another constructor. I do like that you can do that now. It just looks better. If I have the extra method, it's almost confusing sometimes, you know? Constructor method. Okay, so back, so this is UCL configuration. We're going to go back to my login razor. And we're going to type UCL configuration. Dot. Nope, no dot. Should be dot. UCL configuration. Get setting. Should be get setting. Dot get. Where is that not working? It's okay. All right. Well, let's just type get setting. Nope. Cannot apply indexing with to an expression of type method group. What? 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 What is? Who said anything about method group? All right. What am I doing wrong? How do I call get setting from this class in another class? Or from another class? From another class. Seems silly. I mean, I feel like stuff, it just should be obvious, but I don't know. Oh, I have to inject it? Update UCL configuration class. Make sure UCL configuration class is defined correctly. Based on your code snippet, it looks like the constructor should be public and the field assignment should be done properly. It is public, is it not? updated. Public class, iConfiguration, or UCL configuration. It is public class, UCL configuration. So, but they created it as a public constructor, but that shouldn't make any difference because it's a public class. Why wouldn't that still be public string, get setting, string setting name, return configuration setting name? Yeah, I don't see what's different here. Private read only. Oh. Oh no, wait, that should be right, because that's supposed to be set to that. Equals, no, that's right. Configuration. That's right, because it sets to that. No, we're good there. Visually, this looks the same to me. I don't know what they're trying to say. I don't think it understands using the primary constructor. But I do need to do something like this. I probably haven't done this. You need to register it. Let's go over here. I probably did not do this. Add UCL configuration. That's weird. So when you, okay, so this is good to know. So if you need to have something available, you need to have an instance of it so that you can actually read it. Ah. So no wonder the program.cs gets so bulky. If you want stuff available to your other items, you have to add them, make them available. And then I have to inject it to your classes, to your files. Huh. All right, so add singleton. I guess we're just going to go down here and add singleton. It's going to be down here. Nope, 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 here. Okay. And then in order to use it, I should probably make sure I have these guys. Builder, add razor pages inside, if I have those even on here. Add razor pages should be at the end, because they always put those at the end, huh? Add server side Blazor. I don't even know what, I don't have that one in here. Razor components and razor pages. But all right, so I'm not going to do that. I think unless it complains. But we got inject. I got to inject this guy. I thought it was set up a using, but that's not what it needs. It wants me to use an injection. So we're going to go here. And that means, well, I mean, I have the data, but I don't necessarily. And then it still says UCL configuration.get setting down here. So what is the problem now? UCL configuration.get setting. Some setting name. I did that. Okay, so I did that. I've registered it like they showed. It looks good, technically, code-wise. And then, all right, I'm gonna run it. I have a feeling it's not gonna work because it's still complaining about that one line, about the same error. But now, at least I have, let's see what it says. Cannot apply indexing with an expression of type method group. What? Oh. They're doing it slightly different. UCL configuration class. Example and Blazor component. I'm in a Blazor component, so I got apps injection, but I'm getting that error. I'm not in a service though. I am in my Blazor component. Register UCL configuration, add it to the DI container program CS. Inject and use inject configured into component and call the get setting method. Make sure UCL configuration is defined with the correct constructor and field assignments. I don't see how this is different, but I'm going to try to do it their way because I don't know why it says it that way. I don't think that's the problem. Well, we are going to go here. We're going to change this again. Change it back to not using the primary constructor because something's weird. I don't know what it is. Still doesn't, I mean, it looks the same. I mean, really, it's the same thing. But it'll make this thing happy and it can't be the problem. It can't be what's causing my, see, it's still getting me the same error. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's my problem. I'm using square brackets. Which seems like a silly problem, but so it's no longer showing that error anymore for whatever reason. So that's a method group. Weird. All right, well, let's see if that runs. All this just to get my code to show up in a, to pull it from a token. Sheesh. Okay, AM Gamer, and did it put it in? Which would make things a lot easier for me if it did. It's gonna go here, it's gonna run, try to do something. You know, I didn't even inspect. I don't even know what I'm expecting it to show me other than inspecting this. Because I don't have it redirect or anything. I don't have it telling me, you know, hey, we did good. Oh, it's still doing stuff. What the heck? Or is it? Because it is inaccessible, I had more than 5,000 rules. What? Skipped loading module. Verbose logs are written to. All right, well, I'm gonna click it again because I don't know what happened. The thread has exited with code 0, hot reload, because it was inaccessible. I had 5,000. Why is my log not returning any why is there nothing showing up in the log? Blech. It's supposed to be logging something there. So did we not log in? Let's go in here. Okay. Let's go here. What's it log? I mean, it's possible I just failed, right? So it didn't actually get to this point. Trying login. Okay. I thought I was going to get that one, but I don't know. I don't know why I don't want to show me the same thing again, but whatever. Make me enter it. Got it. All right, so we do got a couple of messages. WebSocket connected to a Blazor. It's possible I'm getting bumped or booted or some other nonsense because I don't have this app set up. 7246 I don't think is actually set up as a CORS accessible object inside of here. I think. Let's go see. CORS. Where are you at, CORS? That's not programmed.cs. Oh, it is. Well, then there's no excuse. It is there, and yet it still fails me. It's showing me no love. All right, that's enough for today. I made progress. I think a lot is moving on. Things are running. I'll figure it out next time. Till next time, you take it easy.